the psychology of people who have gone through too much. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars, Carl Jung once said, and nowhere is this truer than in the hidden psychology of those who have been through too much. Today on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how deep pain reshapes the mind, strengthens the spirit, and for many, becomes the doorway to true self-mastery and inner freedom. As you listen, ask yourself, how has your own suffering shaped who you are today? And are you using it as a wound or as a source of power? Share your reflections in the comments as we begin this profound journey together. 1. Emotional collapse happens quietly. Emotional collapse rarely arrives with drama or obvious warning signs. For those who have been through too much, the breaking point does not announce itself with chaos. It arrives quietly, internally, invisibly. It is not the kind of tiredness that sleep can fix, but a deep inner collapse that forms after carrying emotional weight far beyond what the human nervous system was designed to hold. On the surface, they may still function, still speak, still move through daily life, but inside, something essential has begun to give way in silence. This kind of collapse is not sudden. It is the slow accumulation of unprocessed grief, repeated disappointments, suppressed fear, unspoken rage, and long-term emotional responsibility that was never meant to be carried alone. Day after day, the pressure builds without release, like a structure bearing more weight than it was engineered for, until one quiet moment when nothing appears to happen, yet everything changes. There is no external explosion, no breakdown that draws attention, only an internal surrender, where the psyche reaches its limit and quietly stops striving to hold it all together. People who experience this silent collapse often do not look broken to the world. They still show up. They still smile. They still perform the roles expected of them. But inside, they feel emptied, disconnected, emotionally hollow. What once mattered no longer moves them the same way. What once energized them now feels distant. This numbness is not peace. It is the nervous system pulling inward after enduring too much without safety or relief. Carl Jung captured this inner dynamic when he said, "What we resist persists, because suppressed suffering does not disappear. It reshapes the inner world from within." This is often the hidden gateway into spirituality and spiritual awakening, not through light or inspiration at first, but through disillusionment and emotional exhaustion. The collapse quietly strips away the illusion of endless strength, the identity built around survival, the belief that one must endure everything without pause. As the old emotional structure weakens, the person is forced inward into reflection, into solitude, into the deep confrontation with their own inner landscape where pain, meaning, and transformation coexist. Rather than destroying the individual, this quiet collapse begins to reorganize them. Priorities shift, sensitivities sharpen, tolerance for superficiality fades. The person becomes more discerning, more selective, less willing to betray themselves for approval. This change is not loud or performative. It is subtle, slow, and deeply internal. The soul, no longer able to survive through suppression alone, begins to seek truth instead of endurance, depth instead of distraction, authenticity instead of adaptation. Those who have gone through too much often emerge with a presence that feels different, not hardened, but weighted with awareness. They have seen the cost of emotional denial, They understand the dangers of carrying too much alone. And without consciously choosing it, they step onto a path where healing is no longer optional. The silent collapse becomes the moment where unconscious survival gives way to conscious transformation, where the psyche stops merely enduring and begins, quietly, to awaken. If you feel this, declare it below. I am stronger than my pain. 2. Resilience is a survival response, not strength. Resilience is often misunderstood and deeply romanticized, but for those who have gone through too much, it is not a symbol of strength or peace. It is a survival response carved into the nervous system by years of pressure, disappointment, and emotional overload. Their calmness is frequently mistaken for stability, control, or even wisdom. Yet beneath that still surface often lies emotional numbness, created as a shield against constant strain. This numbness is not chosen. It is learned. It develops when there is no safe space to fall apart, when vulnerability leads to more harm instead of comfort, and when enduring becomes the only option. What people praise as strength is often a quiet form of self-protection, a way of staying functional when life offers no room to feel. Their resilience is not confidence. It is an automatic adaptation to a life that gives them no other choice. Over time, this adaptation becomes so natural that even the person who carries it may forget what it felt like to be emotionally open, to feel joy without calculation, to rest without guilt. From a psychological perspective, this form of endurance is not rooted in self-belief, but in self-preservation. The system learns to stay alert, to expect impact, to anticipate loss, and to conserve emotion because expression once felt dangerous. Carl Jung would describe this as the formation of a powerful persona, a mask built for survival in the outer world, while the inner self, wounded and sensitive, retreats into shadow. On the outside, they become reliable, composed, unshakable. On the inside, they may feel disconnected, detached, or strangely empty, unable to access their own softness without fear. This is why so many people who appear the strongest are often the most exhausted, not in body, but in spirit. Their identity has been shaped around endurance rather than expression, around control rather than connection. The danger is not in the armor itself. The danger is forgetting that the armor is not the skin. This is where spirituality and spiritual development quietly begin to play a deeper role, not as an escape from pain, but as a return to what was shut down. When survival mode has lasted too long, the soul begins to seek something beyond endurance. You may feel this as restlessness that no success can satisfy, as a quiet longing for meaning that no distraction can silence. Spirituality, in its purest form, does not demand more strength from you. It asks for honesty. It asks you to recognize that what protected you once may now be limiting your ability to feel alive. Spiritual development begins when you realize that emotional numbness is not peace, and constant resilience is not freedom. It begins when safety is no longer measured by how much you can tolerate, but by how safe you feel being real. True growth does not come from pushing harder against the world, but from learning that you no longer have to brace for impact at every moment. The shift from survival to meaning is one of the most difficult inner transitions a person can make, because it requires letting go of the identity that once kept you alive. The deeper lesson beneath all of this is that resilience saved you, but it is not meant to define you. The calm that came from numbness helped you endure, but it cannot nourish your future. The emotional shutdown that once prevented collapse may now be blocking intimacy, joy, and peace. What appears as strength to the world may feel like quiet isolation within your own chest. Healing does not mean forgetting what you survived. It means no longer living inside the nervous system of that survival. When you move from automatic endurance into conscious presence, when you allow yourself to feel without drowning and trust without losing yourself, you step into a higher level of spiritual development, not as someone who is unbreakable, but as someone who is whole. 3. Their maturity was forced, not nurtured. Their maturity was forced, not nurtured. And if this truth belongs to you, it means you did not grow up because life gently guided you forward, but because it cornered you into becoming strong before you were ready. You learned composure not through safety, but through survival. You learned restraint not through wisdom, but through necessity. On the outside, you appear calm, thoughtful, emotionally intelligent, and steady. But beneath that surface lives the memory of having to grow up without the freedom to be a child, without the protection that allows softness to develop naturally. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents." And often, forced maturity is born from this very weight being required to carry emotional responsibility that was never meant for young shoulders. You learned how to read the room instead of being held in one. You learned how to regulate your emotions because no one else could regulate theirs around you. You learned how to stay quiet, how to stay useful, how to stay composed, because chaos punished vulnerability. While other children were forming their identity through play and safety, you were forming yours through observation, endurance, and adaptation. That is not a failure of character. It is a testimony of resilience. But it also leaves a hidden cost. You became wise long before you were allowed to be innocent. You became responsible before you were allowed to be protected. You became strong before you were allowed to be soft. People admire your stability, but they rarely see what it took to build it. They see your calm during conflict, but not the years when fear taught your nervous system how to stay alert. They see your emotional control, but not the nights when you had to soothe yourself in silence. They see your strength, but not the loneliness that carved it into you. And yet this is where spiritual wisdom begins to awaken, because survival forged perception inside you. Carl Jung taught that no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. And your roots went deep into hardship, pain, and emotional absence, not because you chose the depth, but because you were pushed into it. This forced maturity gives you the ability to sense what others feel without words. It trained you to notice shifts in energy, tone, and intention. It taught you to anticipate emotional storms before they arrived. This is not anxiety. It is intelligence shaped by experience. But when survival becomes identity, rest begins to feel unsafe. Softness begins to feel unfamiliar. Receiving care begins to feel uncomfortable. You may feel guilty when you are not being useful, uneasy when there is too much peace, and restless when there is nothing to fix. Strength became your armor long before it had the chance to become your choice. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that what remains unconscious controls our lives, and what becomes conscious transforms us. Your forced maturity does not need to remain your cage. It can become your foundation for transformation. Healing does not mean becoming weak, it means becoming whole. It means allowing the child who never felt safe to finally exhale inside the adult who learned how to survive. It means realizing that your discipline, your composure, and your endurance do not need to disappear for softness to exist beside them. True maturity is not emotional numbness. It is not constant control. It is not endless self-sacrifice. Real maturity is the ability to feel deeply without collapsing, to set boundaries without guilt, to rest without shame, and to receive without fear. When you allow this shift to happen, you stop living only as the survivor and begin living as the integrated self. You no longer move through the world scanning for danger. You begin to move through it, choosing presence. The strength that once kept you alive now becomes the strength that allows you to heal. Your pain did not make you broken. It made you perceptive. It did not make you cold. It made you discerning. It did not make you weak. It made you inwardly unshakable. This is the paradox Carl Jung pointed toward again and again. The wound is often the very place where the light enters. And when you finally allow yourself to soften without fear of losing control, you enter a higher state of spiritual wisdom, where power and compassion no longer exist as opposites, but as reflections of the same awakened consciousness. Do you resonate with this? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. My strength was forged through what I survived. 4. Hypervigilance and overthinking are learned defenses. Hypervigilance and overthinking are not random habits or personality flaws. They are learned defenses shaped by survival. When a person lives for too long in emotional chaos, the brain quietly rewires itself to stay alive in an unpredictable environment. Instead of relaxing into the present moment, the mind becomes hyper-aware of everything. Tone changes, facial expressions, silence, tension in the room, because safety has never been consistent. Over time, this constant scanning becomes automatic. The nervous system learns that danger does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it creeps in through subtle shifts, unfinished sentences, delayed replies, or an unfamiliar look in someone's eyes. What looks like anxiety from the outside is, in truth, a highly trained internal alarm system built from repeated emotional overwhelm. Overthinking grows from the same root. When pain has arrived without warning too many times, the mind begins to rehearse every possible future scenario in advance. Conversations are replayed endlessly. Words are analyzed, reanalyzed, and weighed for hidden meaning. Every decision is examined from many angles, not because the person enjoys mental noise, but because some part of the psyche believes that prediction equals protection. If you can anticipate the blow, maybe you can soften it. If you can read the room fast enough, maybe you can avoid the explosion altogether. Overthinking is not the love of complexity. It is the fear of being caught unprepared when emotional danger strikes again. Carl Jung's insight that neurosis often substitutes for legitimate suffering explains this pattern with striking clarity. When pain cannot be safely expressed, it does not disappear, it changes shape. The grief that was never allowed, the fear that was never soothed, and the confusion that was never explained all transform into hyper-alertness and mental overdrive. Instead of collapsing, the psyche tightens its grip on reality. It stays sharp, awake, and restless. The result is a person who appears tense, sensitive, or guarded, yet beneath that surface lies a system that learned to stay functional in conditions that once felt unbearable. From the perspective of spirituality, this transformation is deeply significant. What once trapped awareness inside fear can later become the gateway to spiritual awakening. Hyper-awareness, when healed, becomes intuition. Sensitivity, when no longer ruled by threat, becomes emotional intelligence and empathy. The same nervous system that once scanned for danger can learn to scan for truth, alignment, and inner peace. Spirituality teaches that nothing in the psyche is wasted. Every adaptation carries hidden potential. Even defenses forged in pain can be reshaped into tools of wisdom when safety is slowly restored. Healing does not mean forcing the mind to stop being alert overnight. It begins with teaching the nervous system that the constant emergency has passed. Through stable relationships, self-trust, breath awareness, and grounded daily rituals, the body gradually learns new signals of safety. The mind no longer has to race ahead to survive. Overthinking slowly shifts into discernment. Hypervigilance softens into presence. The soul, once on permanent guard, begins to rest without guilt. In this transition, many experience a quiet but powerful spiritual awakening. The realization that who they became to survive is not who they must remain to live. When viewed through spiritual wisdom, these patterns are not signs of brokenness. They are signatures of endurance. The brain did exactly what it needed to do in order to survive emotional chaos. Now, in a new season of life, those same patterns are being invited to transform. What once protected against danger can now protect peace. What once guarded against loss can now open the heart to trust again. In this way, hypervigilance and overthinking are revealed not as permanent cages, but as temporary structures the soul built on its path toward deeper awareness, healing, and true spirituality. 5. They carry invisible skills, but also invisible exhaustion. They carry invisible skills, but also invisible exhaustion, and you may recognize this in yourself, because you can sense tension before anyone speaks. Read between the lines when people only offer fragments of truth. Calm others when their emotions overflow, and hold space for those who unknowingly lean on your strength. Yet beneath all of this, you are quietly exhausted in ways few will ever understand. You retreat instead of rest, because retreat feels safer than slowing down. And you help others instead of asking for help, because somewhere along the way, you learned that being useful was safer than being vulnerable. This is not a flaw in your character, but a survival pattern written into your nervous system. A pattern Carl Jung would describe as the psyche adapting by becoming hyper-aware and hyper-capable, even when the soul aches for gentleness. People naturally gravitate toward you because your presence feels steady, your insight feels comforting, and your energy feels grounding. Yet every time you give support that you never receive, your inner world thins a little more, creating a quiet imbalance that spirituality calls the wounded healer, the one who guides others with wisdom while silently carrying their own unspoken fatigue. You became this way because life demanded that you grow up quickly, read emotional landscapes accurately, and navigate chaos with maturity you should never have been forced to develop so early. Over time, being calm became your duty, being perceptive became your defense, and being strong became your identity, until you no longer remembered what it felt like to be held, supported, or understood without having to first earn it. This invisible exhaustion grows heavier because your compassion flows outward far more easily than it flows inward, leaving you spiritually capable but emotionally drained, wise but weary, empathetic but under-nurtured. Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And the darkness you carry is not a threat, but a message, a sign that your soul is tired of being the container for everyone else's storms while having no shelter of its own. Your exhaustion is not just physical. It is the fatigue of constantly managing, sensing, absorbing, and healing without pause. You have spent years being the emotional anchor in every room, the one who understands before being understood, the one who carries what others cannot name. And this creates a spiritual imbalance where your giving far exceeds your receiving. When you never ask for help, your relationships become one-directional. When you never rest authentically, your mind becomes crowded. When you never allow softness, your heart becomes overstretched. This is why the most profound step in your spiritual development is not becoming stronger, but becoming softer with yourself, learning that rest is not a reward, boundaries are not weapons, and asking for support is not proof of weakness, but evidence of wisdom. The deeper truth is that your sensitivity is not meant to be a burden. It is a gift that must be protected, nurtured, and honored. Your invisible skills, reading emotions, calming storms, guiding others, are extraordinary, but they require replenishment to remain blessings rather than weights. Your exhaustion is a signal that your soul is asking to be included in the compassion you so freely give. Your journey forward is not about carrying more, but carrying differently. Not about enduring silently, but allowing yourself to be supported openly. And not about proving strength, but reclaiming balance. The lesson is simple. Your empathy deserves boundaries. Your spirit deserves rest. And your heart deserves the same care you have always given to others. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on transforming invisible strength and silent exhaustion into true inner power. 6. Vulnerability feels dangerous. Vulnerability no longer feels like a place of softness or safety when you have been hurt too many times. Instead, it feels like standing exposed in the middle of a storm with nothing to protect you. You do not struggle with emotional intimacy because you lack depth or feeling, but because each time you once opened your heart, it was followed by pain, misunderstanding, betrayal, or sudden instability. Your nervous system learned to associate openness with danger, so now even when love appears gentle, your body still hesitates. You may long for closeness, but at the same time, you fear what closeness once cost you. As a result, you open yourself in layers, not all at once, not out of manipulation or control, but out of an instinct for survival that has been trained through experience. People may misread your caution as distance, coldness, or emotional unavailability. But inside, what truly exists is a heart that has been wounded deeply and refuses to be shattered again. You reveal truths slowly, carefully observing how the other person responds, watching for consistency, emotional safety, and respect. This slow opening is not a weakness. It is a form of spiritual wisdom shaped by experience. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and your guarded nature is evidence of how deeply you have already been pushed into awareness through suffering. You learned that not everyone who listens knows how to hold your truth, And not every space is safe for your emotions. You may find that you are incredibly capable of supporting others, understanding their emotions, and offering compassion. Yet when it comes to your own wounds, you grow quiet. Somewhere in your past, your feelings were either dismissed, misunderstood, or used against you. So now your inner world feels like sacred ground that must be protected. You no longer speak just to be heard. You wait to be understood. Carl Jung also taught that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And for you, accepting your fear of vulnerability is part of that terrifying honesty. You are not broken for protecting yourself. You adapted. Your caution is not rooted in distrust of others alone, but in memory stored deep within your nervous system. The body remembers what the mind tries to forget. Even when logic tells you that someone is kind, your subconscious still asks, "Is it safe this time?" That is why you move slowly in emotional connection, testing safety through time, consistency, and behavior instead of words. Just as someone who has been burned once will instinctively pull their hand away from heat, you instinctively pull back from total emotional exposure. This is not weakness. This is conditioning shaped by survival. Through the lens of spirituality and the insights of Carl Jung, your guarded heart is not a flaw, but a threshold. Your boundaries are not walls built to block love. They are sacred gates that protect what is tender and real within you. Spiritual wisdom does not demand that you tear down every defense all at once. Instead, it invites you to become conscious of why those defenses exist and to soften them only where safety has been earned. You are not meant to give full access to everyone who shows interest in you. Trust is not immediate for those who have gone through too much. It is built slowly, carefully, and with discernment. At the same time, healing begins when you realize that your past is not a prophecy for every future connection. Not everyone will repeat the patterns that wounded you. Growth does not mean forcing yourself into vulnerability before you feel ready. It means learning how to recognize safer environments and allowing yourself to open at your own pace. Your sensitivity is not a liability. It is evidence of how deeply you once trusted and how deeply you still hope. Vulnerability may still feel dangerous, but with time, awareness, and self-compassion guided by spiritual wisdom and the teachings of Carl Jung, it can slowly transform from a threat into a bridge toward relationships that honor your emotional truth. 7. They love deeply but fear abandonment. People who have gone through too much often love with a depth that feels rare, steady, and unwavering. Yet hidden inside, that devotion is a quiet fear shaped by earlier wounds. They love wholeheartedly because they know what it feels like to receive too little. And this history gives their affection a purity that few can understand. Their loyalty is intense, their emotional intuition is sharp, and their sensitivity to subtle changes in behavior is not an overreaction. It is a survival response formed in moments when inconsistency meant danger, withdrawal, or emotional abandonment. As Carl Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and for souls shaped by hardship, spirituality and spiritual awakening are often born from learning to navigate a world where love was unpredictable and safety was never guaranteed. Because they grew up or lived through environments where they had to observe small emotional cues to protect themselves, they learned to read people deeply, noticing tone shifts, energy drops, and even silence. A late reply, a distracted voice, or a moment of distance may feel small to others, but to them, it can trigger an old wound, reminding them of times when affection faded without explanation. Their hearts remember the pattern long before their minds do, and this memory often makes them cautious, even when they desperately want to trust. Yet their sensitivity is not weakness. It is emotional intelligence refined by experience. These people became intuitive long before they understood the meaning of intuition. They learned to sense emotional storms before they arrived and to hold themselves together when others could not offer support. This makes them exceptional partners and friends because they show up consistently, listen deeply, and offer the kind of empathy that can only be shaped by lived experience. But it also makes them vulnerable because their steady love stands next to a fear that the people they care about might one day disappear the same way others once did. Small acts of carelessness, forgetfulness, inconsistency, and emotional distance can pierce their hearts more sharply than intentional harm. Not because they are fragile, but because those small breaks mirror wounds they worked hard to heal. Their love is a paradox of strength and tenderness. They give without hesitation, trust with their whole being once they feel safe, and carry an inner loyalty that does not waver even in difficulty. But this same loyalty becomes their soft spot, because when they commit fully. And when they lose someone, they lose them deeply. They do not know how to love halfway. Their hearts are all or nothing, shaped by years of learning that genuine connection is rare and should be protected. When they sense distance, they do not become angry, they become afraid. When they sense inconsistency, they do not assume indifference, they assume danger. And when they love someone, they love with an intensity that reflects all the versions of themselves that survived the past. Yet inside that fear lies tremendous spiritual wisdom. People who fear abandonment are not broken, they are awakening. Their spiritual awakening begins the moment they realize that their sensitivity is not a burden, but a guide, leading them toward healing, connection, and self-understanding. They begin to see that not every inconsistency means loss. Not every silence means rejection. And not every shift in energy means someone is leaving. They learn to distinguish the voice of past wounds from the reality of present love. And gradually, they discover that stability can be built within, not only sought in others. Their journey is not about avoiding abandonment. It is about learning that they no longer need to abandon themselves. If this message about loving deeply, yet fearing abandonment resonates with you, comment, "I am healing," below your voice matters, and your story helps others feel less alone. 8. Their pain becomes wisdom and compassion. Their pain becomes wisdom and compassion, not because suffering is kind, but because they refuse to let it break them. Instead of hardening their hearts, they grow. They reflect, analyze, and quietly transform every wound into insight. Each hurt becomes a lesson, and each lesson becomes a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them. Through this inner work, they become emotionally literate, able to recognize, name, and navigate complex feelings rather than be controlled by them. Their spirituality and spiritual development do not come from escape, but from the courage to face what hurts and still choose awareness, balance, and growth. What appears from the outside as a quiet presence is actually profound inner strength. Behind their calm is a long history of storms survived in silence. Tears learned to be carried with dignity, and disappointment turned into clarity. They do not need to speak loudly to prove their power. Their energy is steady, grounded, and deeply reassuring. Because they have known loneliness, confusion, and emotional loss firsthand, their empathy is not theoretical, it is lived. They listen without rushing to fix, understand without needing to judge, and hold space without demanding anything in return. Over time, they naturally become lighthouses for others, not by trying to save anyone, but by simply being who they have become. Their life itself is proof that pain does not have to end in bitterness. They turn survival into service, offering presence instead of perfection, understanding instead of advice, and compassion instead of control. People feel safe around them, not because they pretend everything is fine, but because they know what it means when everything is not fine, and they did not give up on themselves. Their journey shows that wisdom is not inherited. It is earned through reflection, endurance, and emotional honesty. Compassion is not weakness. It is strength refined through suffering. And spiritual development is not an escape from pain. It is the ability to walk through it with awareness, dignity, and purpose. Their life becomes a quiet reminder that even the deepest wounds, when faced with truth and courage, can become sources of light, not only for the self, but for everyone who crosses their path. In the end, Carl Jung reminds us that those who have endured too much are not broken, they are forged. Their depth, resilience, and inner awareness come from pain transformed into wisdom. If this message resonated with your journey, let it be a reminder that your struggles have meaning and your strength is real. If you found value in this reflection, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our future videos on healing, depth, and awakening. When home becomes a sanctuary, the psychology of staying in, explained by Carl Jung. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart, Carl Jung once said, reminding us that the spaces we choose, especially our homes, reflect the deepest parts of our inner world. In today's video, when home becomes a sanctuary, the psychology of staying in, we'll explore why some people feel most alive, most grounded, and most themselves when they are in the quiet comfort of their own space. On Spiritual Wisdom, we dive into the deeper meaning behind everyday behaviors. And today, you'll discover how staying at home can be a powerful form of self-connection, emotional healing, and spiritual growth. Before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Do you feel more energized at home or outside? And why? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your story might inspire someone who feels the same way. 1. Inner peace over outer noise. People who prefer staying at home are not avoiding life. They are choosing the kind of peace that the outside world often cannot give them. Because for souls with rich inner lives, silence is not emptiness, but nourishment. Their calm nature reflects a depth that is easy to misunderstand. And while society teaches that being constantly active, social, and visible is the sign of a meaningful life, Carl Jung reminds us that who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens, meaning that some of the most profound growth happens in solitude, where the mind finally has the space to breathe. For these individuals, home becomes a sanctuary, not because they fear the world, but because stillness allows them to hear themselves clearly. It allows them to feel more grounded, more alive, and more connected to their intuition. And this internal connection is a powerful doorway to spirituality and spiritual awakening. They thrive in quiet environments because noise drains them, chaos distracts them, and constant stimulation forces them away from their true emotional rhythm. So the choice to stay in is actually a choice to protect their energy. This preference is rooted in discernment, not avoidance, because the inner world of a sensitive, intuitive person often carries layers of thoughts, reflections, and emotions that need space to unfold, and home provides the safest environment for that unfolding. When they sit in silence, they do not feel lonely. They feel aligned, and in that alignment, they are able to process experiences, understand themselves, and reconnect with parts of their soul that get ignored in the busyness of daily life. Their home becomes the space where the psyche reorganizes itself, where their nervous system resets, and where clarity rises naturally without force. Jung often described the inner chamber of the psyche as a sacred place. And for many people, staying in is simply the act of returning to that chamber. They may spend time reading, reflecting, creating, or simply existing quietly. But every moment spent in stillness becomes a way to strengthen their emotional foundation. As they embrace this lifestyle, they begin to notice that they function best when their environment is peaceful, intentional, and free from unnecessary noise, because chaos disrupts their focus and drains their emotional energy. Home gives them the rare gift of uninterrupted presence. It becomes the place where they access their intuition, where insights come without effort, and where their spiritual wisdom sharpens. For them, stillness is not passive. It is active healing. It is where they recognize their wounds, understand their patterns, and listen to the subtle messages of their unconscious mind. Through this process, they develop a stronger sense of self, a clearer emotional identity, and a deeper trust in their own inner guidance, all of which are essential parts of spiritual awakening. By choosing inner peace over outer noise, they are not stepping away from life. They are stepping closer to their truth. Solitude becomes the bridge between who they are and who they are becoming, and home becomes the sacred space where transformation is not something forced, but something that naturally unfolds, breath by breath, moment by moment. 2. Rich inner world and self-presence. When you prefer staying home, it is not because you lack excitement or drive, but because your inner world is already full, vivid, and alive in ways most people never fully understand. You carry within you a stream of quiet images, thoughts, and emotions that feel as real and nourishing as anything found outside. And this is what psychologists describe as a high internal self-presence, a state where your deepest satisfaction comes from inner experiences rather than external stimulation. You may find joy in the smallest details: a gentle breeze through your window, the sound of rain touching the roof, or the warmth of a drink resting in your hands. And these moments feel meaningful because you are deeply anchored in yourself. You live with a mind that does not need constant noise to feel awake, because your reflections, your observations, and your private moments hold a richness that many people overlook. When you sit in silence, your thoughts do not scare you. Instead, they guide you, comfort you, or help you understand your emotions on a deeper level. This is why home becomes more than four walls. It becomes a sanctuary where your heart can breathe, where your emotions can rise without judgment, and where your soul naturally leans into healing, clarity, and spiritual development. Because your mind is active and sensitive, you find beauty in little things that others pass by without noticing. A ray of sunlight on the floor, the softness of a blanket, or the quiet hum of a familiar room can bring you a surprising sense of peace. These small moments reflect something important about you. You do not need big experiences to feel alive. Your inner world gives you meaning, and the gentle presence of your own thoughts brings a comfort that crowds, parties, or constant movement cannot match. You are someone who feels deeply, thinks deeply, and connects deeply, and the quiet of home gives your depth the room it needs to flourish. This way of living is not isolation, it is alignment. You are aligned with your natural rhythm, and you understand that your energy renews itself best when you are alone or in peaceful environments. Your intuition becomes clearer, your emotional awareness becomes sharper, and your sense of self becomes stronger. In this space, spirituality grows effortlessly because stillness allows your inner voice to rise. Here, you recognize your truth without outside pressure, and you learn to trust your inner cues, gradually shaping a more grounded, aware version of yourself. So when you choose home over noise, connection over distraction, depth over chaos, you are actually practicing a form of self-preservation and self-respect. Your inner world becomes your teacher. Your emotions become your compass. Your small joys become the reminders that life does not need to be loud to be meaningful. And as you remain present with yourself in these simple moments, you continue walking the quiet but powerful path of spiritual development, one that strengthens your clarity, deepens your emotional intelligence, and nurtures the sanctuary that has always lived within you. If this message about finding sanctuary within your own inner world speaks to you, repeat after me. My home is my sanctuary, and my inner world is my greatest source of peace. 3. Solitude as strength, not isolation. Solitude is not an escape from the world, but a return to yourself. And Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds you that the quiet space within your own mind is where your deepest transformation begins. When you choose solitude intentionally, you step into a state of awareness that loneliness can never offer, because loneliness is the feeling of being disconnected, while solitude is the act of reconnecting with your inner truth. And this difference matters more than people realize. In solitude, you are not hiding. You are listening to your emotions, your intuition, and the subtle signals your life has been trying to send you for years. Jung believed that the inner world is richer and more alive than most people ever dare to explore. And when you allow yourself to sit in silence, you begin to feel that richness rising inside you, guiding you back to a sense of wholeness you may have forgotten. As the philosopher Blaise Pascal once said, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. And when you finally learn to do this, you discover that what felt like isolation was actually a doorway to clarity, strength, and emotional renewal. And the more time you spend in this intentional solitude, the more you realize that your home becomes a sanctuary, not because of the walls that protect you, but because of the inner atmosphere you cultivate there. When you stay in by choice, you create a space where your thoughts can land softly, where your emotions can rise without judgment, and where you can breathe in ways the noisy outside world rarely allows. This private space becomes the ground where you process old memories, heal old wounds, and explore the parts of yourself that were overlooked when life moved too fast. In solitude, you have the freedom to think deeply, feel honestly, and understand yourself in ways that crowded rooms and loud conversations often prevent. You start to see patterns in your behavior, motivations behind your reactions, and truths that were drowned out by distractions. Solitude becomes the teacher, your home becomes the classroom, and your inner world becomes the subject you finally have the courage to study. And as you move deeper into this sanctuary of stillness, you begin to notice a shift within your emotional landscape. Feelings you once avoided become easier to face because there is no pressure to perform for anyone else. Thoughts you once ignored become clearer because nothing is competing for your attention. Your nervous system begins to settle. Your breathing becomes slower, and your intuition grows louder, almost as if the universe has been waiting for you to slow down long enough to hear what it has been trying to say. This is the moment when solitude turns into strength, when being alone no longer feels like being empty, but being full. You become more connected, not less, more grounded, not isolated, more aware, not withdrawn. And this is why so many spiritually awakened individuals feel safest, most alive, and most aligned when they are alone with themselves. They are not avoiding the world, they are preparing for it, rebuilding their inner foundation, and refining the wisdom they carry inside. In this sense, choosing solitude is not a retreat, but an awakening, a return to your inner sanctuary where your true voice becomes clear and your true self finally feels seen. 4. Emotionally intelligent and highly empathetic. Choosing to stay home is often misunderstood, yet for emotionally intelligent and highly empathetic individuals, it is a natural response to a world that moves too loudly and too quickly. Studies show that homebodies often score high in creativity, empathy, and emotional intelligence. And this sensitivity becomes a kind of inner compass that guides them toward environments where their energy is protected rather than drained. Their ability to sense subtle shifts in tone, mood, or body language comes from years of observing the world quietly, not from a distance of fear, but from a depth of awareness. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart." And this truth explains why those who cherish the safety of home often understand people more deeply than those constantly surrounded by noise. Their calm environment is not an escape, but a lens that sharpens their intuition, helping them recognize emotional patterns that others overlook. Because they feel so deeply, their inner world becomes a sacred landscape where spirituality and spiritual awakening naturally unfold. While others may seek stimulation or external validation, these individuals are more drawn to introspection, reflection, and emotional clarity. Home becomes the place where they can interpret their feelings, cleanse their energy, and reset their nervous system, allowing them to show up in the world with greater kindness and emotional stability. Their sensitivity is not a weakness. It is a form of wisdom that grows stronger in stillness. They prefer the gentle rhythms of their own space, reading, journaling, creating, or simply sitting in peaceful silence, because these activities help them listen to the whispers of their own soul. This inner listening is the foundation of spiritual awakening, the moment when you stop chasing noise and begin hearing the truth that arises from within. Their emotional intelligence deepens further because their home is where they learn to feel without being overwhelmed, to observe without judgment, and to process without interruption. They often notice micro-expressions that last only a fraction of a second. The quick flicker of sadness in someone's eyes, the tension hidden behind a smile, or the exhaustion beneath someone's voice. These subtle cues reveal the emotional world of others, and while most people overlook them, the homebody notices, absorbs, and understands. This ability makes them exceptional listeners and compassionate friends, even if they are not always the most social. As the world demands constant performance, their choice to remain grounded in their own space becomes an act of emotional self-preservation. They are not hiding from life. They are preparing themselves to face it more effectively, more thoughtfully, and more authentically. By honoring their need for solitude, they avoid emotional burnout and regain clarity. Through quiet moments, they find the strength to make better decisions, form healthier boundaries, and maintain greater emotional balance. Their sanctuary at home becomes the anchor that keeps their spirit steady amid the chaos of daily life. For these individuals, staying in is not about avoiding the world, but about engaging with it from a place of wholeness. Their inner world is rich, nuanced, and deeply alive, and every moment spent at home is a moment of alignment with their truth. This is how spirituality begins to flourish through awareness, peace, and the courage to choose what nourishes the soul. If this message resonates with your empathetic and emotionally intelligent nature, comment below. I honor the sanctuary within me. And if you're ready to deepen your journey of inner peace and spiritual wisdom, make sure to like this video, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss what's coming next. 5. Sensitivity, energy management, and trust. People who love staying in are often deeply sensitive to the world around them. And if you feel this way, it is not because you are fragile, but because your inner system works differently. Loud noise, chaotic spaces, or unpredictable emotions do not just annoy you. They drain you on a level most people never experience, and your nervous system instinctively seeks peace the way a tired heart seeks rest. This desire to stay home is not rooted in fear or avoidance, but in conscious emotional energy management, a quiet understanding that your well-being matters more than forcing yourself into environments that overwhelm you. Your home naturally becomes the protective shell where your mind softens, your emotions settle, and your energy reorganizes itself after being stretched thin by the demands of the outside world. In this space, you do not have to perform, adjust, or pretend. You simply return to yourself. And this return is where spirituality and spiritual development quietly unfold. Carl Jung often emphasized that the soul speaks in subtle movements, and when you stay in, you finally have the silence needed to hear those inner messages that get drowned out in crowds. As you choose stillness over stimulation, you deepen the relationship between your conscious mind and your unconscious wisdom, allowing clarity, intuition, and emotional insight to surface naturally. The world may tell you that solitude is weakness, or that staying home is laziness, but deep down, you know the truth. Your sensitivity is not a flaw to be fixed, but a compass guiding you toward environments that honor your inner balance. Each moment of quiet strengthens your ability to sense what feels right and what drains your spirit. And every time you choose peace, you reinforce a powerful message to yourself. My energy is valuable, and I am allowed to protect it. This is why your home feels like a sanctuary, not a hiding place. It is where your nervous system resets, where your emotional boundaries rebuild, and where your deepest self steps forward without needing permission. And the more you embrace this, the more you learn that solitude is not the absence of life, but the presence of alignment. Through this gentle rhythm of withdrawing and replenishing, you begin to understand yourself on a deeper level. That your quiet nature comes with its own strength. That your sensitivity allows you to see, feel, and understand what others overlook. And that choosing rest is not stepping back from the world, but stepping closer to your true center. So when you feel the urge to stay in, trust it. It is your inner guidance telling you that peace is your natural environment, clarity is your birthright, and your soul grows strongest in spaces where you can hear yourself. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the insights that support your spiritual awakening. Comment below. I trust my inner energy and protect my peace. 6. Misunderstood but deeply authentic. When society calls you antisocial or lazy for loving the comfort of your home, it misunderstands something deeply authentic about you, because your desire to stay in is not a retreat from life, but a return to yourself, a choice rooted in spiritual wisdom and the inner truths that Carl Jung spent his life trying to explain. You are not avoiding people. You are avoiding shallowness, those empty exchanges, forced smiles, and surface-level interactions that leave your spirit feeling drained. You crave depth, sincerity, and connection that feels alive. And because the world rarely offers that, home becomes the place where your soul can breathe. As Jung once said, loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter to you. And this is why you often feel more whole in your own space than in a crowded room. Home is where you can finally drop the masks, let your energy settle, and allow your mind and heart to realign with what feels true. Instead of chasing applause, validation, or constant stimulation, you choose to invest in the quiet work that others cannot see. Healing old wounds, listening to your intuition, nurturing your inner world, and building a life that feels rooted instead of performed. While many people try to impress the outside world, you are cultivating something far more meaningful on the inside: clarity, emotional honesty, and spiritual grounding. Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. And every moment you spend at home reading, reflecting, journaling, praying, meditating, or simply existing in peace is a moment of awakening that strengthens who you are becoming. You are intentional about the people you let into your life because you value loyalty over popularity, honesty over entertainment, and depth over noise. You would rather have one genuine friend than 100 shallow connections, and your home reflects that same selectiveness. It is a sanctuary shaped by comfort, meaning, and the quiet beauty of being fully yourself. In this space, your nervous system relaxes, your thoughts expand, and your spirit feels free to grow without pressure. This is often where your best ideas appear, where emotional clarity arrives, and where you rediscover parts of yourself that the outside world makes you forget. Loving your home does not mean you fear the world. It means you are wise enough to protect your energy, your peace, and your inner truth. And while others may never understand this part of you, you are learning that not everyone is meant to. Because choosing home, choosing depth, and choosing yourself is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that you are living with intention, awakening with courage, and honoring the inner sanctuary where your real transformation begins. 7. Home is a sanctuary for growth and self-love. Home becomes a sacred sanctuary when you finally recognize that the quiet moments you spend inside your own walls are not signs of withdrawal, but signs of deep emotional wisdom, because every part of you is allowed to exist without judgment, without pressure, and without the constant need to perform for the world. In this private space, you are free to return to your true self, and the small routines you repeat each day slowly evolve into rituals of restoration that support your spirituality and spiritual awakening. Carl Jung often emphasized that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that journey begins in places where you feel safe enough to let your inner world speak. So home naturally turns into a silent companion that helps you confront what you feel, understand what you need, and rebuild the parts of you that life has worn thin. As you settle into this space, the ordinary becomes meaningful. The cup of warm tea you make each morning becomes a grounding ritual. The candle you light at night becomes a moment of soft reflection. And even the way you arrange your surroundings becomes a quiet declaration that you are worthy of comfort and care. These simple acts are not stagnant habits. They are intentional offerings to yourself, gentle reminders that healing does not always require dramatic change, but often begins with the smallest expressions of self-love. Home becomes a mirror that shows your authentic emotional landscape, the exhaustion you have been hiding, the dreams you have ignored, the thoughts you have postponed, and the truths you have been afraid to say out loud. Within these walls, you can finally be honest, and honesty becomes the foundation for deeper inner growth. As this inner honesty expands, the home transforms into something like a personal temple where silence becomes your medicine and stillness becomes your teacher. Jung believed that a person's inner universe can only reveal itself when the external noise quiets, and home is the one place where this revelation becomes possible. Here, your nervous system softens, your mind slows, and your emotions settle into clarity. You begin hearing the subtle voice of intuition that gets lost in the world's noise. You reconnect with forgotten parts of yourself, the part that longs for peace, the part that seeks meaning, the part that remembers who you were before the world told you who to be. This is where spiritual awakening often takes root, not through grand events, but through these slow, consistent moments of being fully present with yourself. Over time, the energy of your home grows with you, reflecting your healing and your evolution. The space that once felt like a refuge from chaos becomes a place of intentional transformation. The solitude that once felt like retreat becomes preparation. What looks like staying in is actually stepping inward to gather strength before stepping outward again with more confidence, clarity, and emotional maturity. This is why choosing to stay home is not a sign of avoidance. It is a conscious act of reclaiming your energy, your inner stability, and your sense of direction. As you nurture this sanctuary, you realize that home is not simply where you rest. It is where your soul learns, heals, and rises into a more aligned and empowered version of yourself. If you're still here with me, comment, "My home is my sanctuary," below. Your voice helps us grow this space of wisdom and self-love. And if this message resonates with you, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content like this. In the end, when home becomes a sanctuary, it reflects a deeper truth Carl Jung often emphasized. The outer world mirrors the state of the inner world. Choosing to stay in isn't always isolation. It can be a powerful act of grounding, healing, and reconnecting with your authentic self. If today's message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming reflections on psychology, spirituality, and the inner journey. Four habits spiritually awake people quietly let go of. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the deeper layers of consciousness, healing, and inner truth. Today's video unveils 4 powerful habits that spiritually awake people quietly release as they step into a more aligned, peaceful, and authentic life. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey. Which of these habits have you already let go of? Which ones are still shaping your daily choices? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your self-awareness might inspire someone else who's walking the same path. Let's dive into the kind of transformation that brings real happiness, grounded clarity, and genuine personal growth. 1. The need to explain themselves. Spiritually awake, people quietly release the habit of explaining themselves because they finally see that constantly justifying their choices, beliefs, or way of living only drains their inner peace. And as their spirituality deepens, they realize that those who are meant to understand them will naturally understand without persuasion, while those who are determined to misunderstand will never see the truth, no matter how detailed the explanation is. This recognition marks a profound moment of spiritual awakening, when they stop reshaping their truth to fit someone else's expectations and stop defending their inner world as if it requires approval to exist. Instead of chasing validation or offering long-winded clarifications, they begin choosing silence over self-defense, because silence protects their energy, while explanations often invite unnecessary arguments. And with this shift, their spirit grows calmer, stronger, and more grounded. As they move through life with this awareness, they no longer feel the need to prove their intentions or correct every misconception others hold about them. Understanding that a person who values them will feel their sincerity without requiring constant verbal confirmation. They release the urge to make their decisions look acceptable in the eyes of people who are not living their journey. And this release becomes a form of inner freedom. They understand that truth does not depend on applause, and alignment does not depend on consensus. Their authenticity becomes steady, no longer shaken by the opinions or projections of others. And this steadiness creates a quiet confidence that does not rise from pride, but from self-trust. Through this deepening awareness, they notice a transformation in their relationships. Conversations become lighter because they no longer carry the burden of over-explaining. Interactions become clearer because they communicate from a place of peace, not from the fear of being misunderstood. They allow misunderstandings to exist without rushing to fix them, knowing that someone's inability to see their truth is not a reflection of their worth. This is where their energy shifts. Instead of pouring themselves into explanations, they invest their energy into living authentically, letting their presence speak louder than their words. Over time, people begin to feel this silent strength because someone who no longer seeks permission to exist naturally radiates certainty and inner authority. Letting go of the need to explain becomes more than a behavioral change. It becomes an emotional boundary and a spiritual milestone. It shows that they no longer abandon themselves for temporary belonging and no longer sacrifice inner alignment for surface-level approval. They embrace the quiet truth that what is real does not need to be defended constantly, and what is misunderstood does not lose its value. In this stillness, they embody a level of confidence that cannot be forced or taught. It naturally emerges when a person deeply trusts their own path and recognizes that the right people feel their truth without needing it to be explained. 2. Addiction to certainty. Releasing the addiction to certainty is one of the most subtle yet powerful shifts that occurs on the path of spirituality and spiritual development, because it asks you to loosen your grip on the desperate need to always be right, to always have final answers, and to always feel mentally in control. This attachment often disguises itself as intelligence, confidence, or strength, when in truth it is rooted in fear. The fear of being wrong, the fear of losing identity, and the fear of standing in the unknown without a map. As you grow inwardly, you begin to notice how exhausting it is to constantly defend your opinions, how tense the mind becomes when it feels threatened by different perspectives, and how shallow many answers feel when they are rushed into existence simply to escape discomfort. At this stage, you slowly begin to see that certainty can become a cage rather than a refuge, and that clinging to fixed conclusions often blocks the deeper wisdom you are actually seeking. As this realization deepens, you start becoming comfortable with not knowing, and this comfort is not weakness or confusion, but a quiet strength rooted in trust. Instead of panicking when questions remain unanswered, you learn to sit with uncertainty without trying to force meaning onto it. And in doing so, your inner world becomes more spacious and less reactive. You begin to notice that some of the most important truths in life reveal themselves through experience, timing, and reflection rather than instant logic. This is how you become open to mystery, not as a vague idea, but as a living recognition that existence is layered, complex, and far beyond what the rational mind alone can fully grasp. Rather than feeling threatened by this mystery, you begin to feel humbled and even inspired by it, because it reminds you that life is not something to be conquered by answers, but something to be met with awareness. At the same time, your beliefs become more flexible, and this flexibility does not mean you lack values or direction. It means you are no longer rigidly attached to one version of truth as if it defines your entire identity. You begin to understand that what once made sense to you may evolve as your consciousness expands, and that growth requires room to revise, refine, and sometimes completely transform what you once believed. This flexibility allows you to listen more deeply, to learn from perspectives that once triggered defensiveness, and to respond with curiosity rather than resistance. In your relationships, this shift softens your communication because you no longer feel compelled to dominate discussions or prove your superiority. Instead, you become more interested in understanding than in winning. This is where authentic spiritual development becomes visible in everyday behavior. Less argument, more reflection. Less certainty, more awareness. Jung's message resonates deeply in this transformation. True wisdom is not certainty. It's the ability to live peacefully with uncertainty. When you embody this, you stop chasing mental control and begin cultivating inner stability instead. You learn that peace does not come from having all the answers, but from trusting yourself to remain grounded even when answers are absent. You begin to rely less on fixed conclusions and more on core values like honesty, humility, compassion, and integrity, which remain steady regardless of circumstances. With time, you notice that uncertainty no longer feels like a threat, but like an open space where growth can occur, insight can emerge naturally, and truth can unfold in ways that no rigid belief ever allows. From this shift arise clear lessons that reshape how you live and relate to the world. It becomes safe to say, "I do not know yet," because this honesty keeps the mind open and the ego soft. Letting go of the need to always be right allows your relationships to breathe, because connection replaces control. And embracing uncertainty does not create chaos, but frees you from the inner tension that once depended on constant certainty. In this way, uncertainty becomes a quiet teacher rather than an enemy, guiding you deeper into humility, clarity, and a more authentic expression of your spirituality and spiritual development. 3. Craving to be understood. At a certain point in your spiritual awakening, you quietly release the craving to be fully understood by others, not because you stop valuing connection, but because you finally see how unnecessary and heavy that longing truly is. You begin to realize that even if you do not completely understand yourself, that your thoughts, emotions, fears, and transformations are layered and constantly evolving. And if your own inner world is still unfolding before you, how could anyone else ever grasp it in its entirety? This realization does not create isolation. Instead, it brings relief. You stop demanding perfect recognition from imperfect perception, and that alone softens a deep inner tension you may have carried for years. Carl Jung reflected this truth when he said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And it is precisely this acceptance that begins to replace your hunger for validation. As your awareness deepens, you understand that consciousness itself is naturally private. No matter how close two people become, there will always be spaces within you that remain unseen and untranslated, not because others refuse to understand, but because some experiences belong only to the one who lives them. You start to recognize that being misunderstood is not a personal failure, not proof that you are too strange, too deep, or too different. It is simply part of being human. The spiritually awake mind no longer treats misunderstanding as a wound to be fixed, but as a neutral fact of existence. Instead of constantly explaining, defending, or justifying who you are, you begin to rest in your own understanding of yourself, drawing strength from spiritual wisdom rather than from external agreement. With this shift, your emotional life changes in powerful yet quiet ways. You stop attaching your peace to whether someone truly gets you. You no longer collapse inward when your intentions are misread or your silence is misunderstood. Instead of chasing clarity from others, you cultivate clarity within yourself. This is where emotional freedom is born, because the moment you stop needing others to define your inner reality, you are no longer emotionally dependent on their reactions, approval, or comprehension. Your energy gathers instead of scattering, and your sense of self becomes rooted rather than negotiated. You also begin to see that not everyone is meant to understand you, and that this is not rejection, but alignment. Some people meet you only at the level they are capable of seeing, and no explanation can bridge a gap that awareness has not yet opened. Carl Jung spoke to this when he observed that people often resist deeper truths, not because they are false, but because they threaten the familiar structures of identity. When you grasp this, you stop trying to shrink your truths into forms that make others comfortable. You let your growth be what it is without performing it for acceptance. As this habit of seeking to be understood fades, a new kind of strength replaces it. You become calmer in conflict, quieter in defense, and more deliberate in what you choose to share. You no longer feel compelled to pour out your inner life just to feel seen. Instead, you trust that what truly belongs to you will be felt by those who are meant to feel it without excessive explanation. The need to be understood transforms into the power to simply be, grounded in spiritual wisdom, guided by the psychological insight of Carl Jung, and anchored in a self that no longer asks the world for permission to exist as it is. 4. The need to prove they are awake. The need to prove that one is awakened is often the most subtle habit to fall away, because it disguises itself as sincerity while quietly feeding the ego. At earlier stages of spirituality and spiritual awakening, there is a strong temptation to display spiritual knowledge, to reference teachings, quote masters, or use complex language as a way of signaling inner growth. This urge does not come from wisdom, but from insecurity, from the quiet hope that others will validate the inner change by recognizing it on the surface. People may signal how conscious they are through how they speak, dress, post online, or debate true and false awakenings, believing that visibility confirms progress. Without realizing it, spirituality becomes an identity mask, no longer a path of inner transformation, but a role to perform, a label to protect, a way to separate oneself from the ordinary world. As awareness deepens, something quietly shifts. The performance begins to feel heavy. The hunger for recognition loses its sweetness. The realization dawns that trying to look awakened is still dependent on approval, on admiration, on being seen as different or elevated. Carl Jung's insight strikes with precision. The moment you stop trying to look awakened, you finally are. This moment is not dramatic. It does not arrive with applause, mystical experiences, or public recognition. It arrives as simplicity. The need to explain, impress, or prove begins to dissolve. What replaces it is not superiority, but grounded presence. The awakened state becomes ordinary, quiet, and invisible because it no longer depends on being witnessed. True awakening does not announce itself. It reshapes the way a person listens instead of how they speak. It refines reactions instead of public identity. It shows itself in restraint rather than display, in humility rather than superiority, in steady emotional regulation rather than spiritual dramatization. When spirituality is no longer used as a costume, it becomes real. Knowledge turns into embodiment. Insight turns into character. Silence becomes more powerful than explanation. The need to appear conscious dissolves because consciousness no longer needs to compete. At this stage, spirituality stops being something a person uses and becomes something they live. There is no urge to declare awareness, no fascination with proving depth, no compulsion to stand above others through identity labels. Awakening expresses itself through patience, through grounded choices, through compassion that does not need to be advertised. The person becomes less impressive and more authentic, less performative and more truthful, less concerned with how awakened they appear, and more devoted to how honestly they live. In this quiet surrender of image, the deepest spiritual awakening takes root not as something to be shown, but as something to be embodied. As you move forward, remember that spiritual awakening is not about adding more to who you are, but gently releasing what no longer serves your growth, fear, false identity, emotional dependence, and unconscious habits that keep you small. By quietly letting go of these 4 patterns, you create space for clarity, strength, and a deeper connection to your true self. If this message resonated with your journey, please like this video, share it with someone who may need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights rooted in Carl Jung's timeless teachings. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on transformation and inner power. Why a woman should never get married. Jung's forbidden truth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung once said, and few choices shape that journey more deeply than the decision to marry. In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore why a woman should never get married. Jung's forbidden truth, a bold psychological and spiritual reflection on identity, freedom, and unconscious bonds that quietly shape our lives. As you listen, I invite you to reflect honestly on your own path. Are your choices guided by your true self, or by hidden expectations you've never questioned? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's begin this powerful conversation together. 1. Marriage without inner union leads to projection and disillusionment. A woman who enters marriage before truly knowing her own soul often mistakes emotional attachment for wholeness and unconsciously projects her inner masculine force, the animus, onto her partner, believing he will complete what she has not yet discovered within herself. This illusion of completion gives birth to deep dependency, because the man is no longer seen as a human being, but as a living symbol of safety, direction, protection, and identity. At first, this projection feels like destiny, intense attraction, and emotional fusion. Yet over time, disillusionment emerges when he inevitably fails to carry the weight of a role that was never his to bear. What is truly being sought outwardly is an inner union that has not yet been achieved. And when that realization does not come, emotional collapse feels personal, even when it is structural. From the lens of Carl Jung's psychology, this projection is not a flaw in love, but a consequence of incomplete inner development. What a woman does not consciously live within herself, she will instinctively search for in another. If she has not yet developed her inner authority, clarity, independence, and self-trust, she will be magnetized towards someone who appears to embody these traits. Yet the moment she hands her inner power to another human being, she becomes spiritually and emotionally dependent. This is where spirituality and spiritual awakening reveal their deeper function, not as belief systems, but as liberation from unconscious attachment patterns. Without this awakening, love becomes a transaction of unmet needs, rather than a conscious exchange between two whole beings. When a woman has not integrated her animus, she may silence her voice to preserve harmony, sacrifice her growth for emotional safety, and compress her dreams to avoid threatening the relationship. Over time, she may feel unseen, unheard, and energetically drained, yet remain attached to the bond because her identity is intertwined with the role she plays within it. This is not love as devotion, but love as survival. Jung warned that when inner opposites remain divided, outer relationships must compensate for the imbalance, and compensation always breeds pressure, distortion, and eventual fracture. Spiritual awakening begins when a woman recognizes that no partner can rescue her from the responsibility of becoming whole. At this stage, she sees how childhood emotional patterns shape adult attachment, how the craving to be chosen often comes from years of invisibility, and how the need for constant reassurance echoes wounds that were never consciously healed. As awareness deepens, she stops demanding that a husband repair what still aches within her inner child. Instead, she becomes the protector of her own vulnerability, the witness to her own emotions, and the authority of her own direction. This is the moment when inner marriage begins. Her inner masculine energy no longer seeks power through control or external validation, but through grounded presence, self-discipline, and emotional integrity. Her inner feminine energy no longer seeks safety through dependency, but through self-respect, creative freedom, and emotional truth. When these forces unite within her, she no longer seeks completion through another body, another name, or another identity. Love no longer carries the weight of salvation. It becomes a space of shared growth instead of a refuge from personal emptiness. From this inner union, attraction transforms. She is no longer drawn to dominance out of insecurity or to distance out of unresolved wounds. She chooses consciously rather than compulsively. A relationship, if it appears, arrives as a reflection of wholeness rather than a substitute for it. The man she stands beside is no longer required to be her purpose, her strength, or her direction. He becomes a companion, not a cornerstone. This is why marriage without inner union so often leads to projection and disillusionment. The tragedy is not in the institution of marriage itself, but in entering it as an unfinished self-seeking rescue through romance. When a woman walks the path of spiritual awakening before surrendering her autonomy, she no longer disappears inside love. She remains rooted inside herself. And only from this state does connection become conscious rather than compulsive, sacred rather than sacrificial, and real rather than symbolic. Have you ever noticed yourself projecting your hopes or fears onto someone you love? If so, share your experience in the comments so we can all learn from one another. And if this insight resonated with you for the first time, simply comment, "I choose inner union," so we can walk this journey of spiritual wisdom together. 2. Society has conditioned women to find worth in being chosen. Society has conditioned women to believe that their worth is found in being chosen. And this invisible belief is quietly planted through traditions, family expectations, and cultural storytelling that place marriage at the center of a woman's value. From an early age, you are taught directly and indirectly that becoming a bride, a wife, or a mother is the ultimate proof that you are enough, that you are lovable, that you matter. While these roles can be meaningful when they arise from freedom and inner alignment, they often become cages when they are accepted as obligations rather than conscious choices, subtly training you to measure your life through external validation instead of inner truth and spiritual development. As this conditioning settles into your subconscious, it quietly reshapes how you relate to yourself. You may begin to chase approval instead of authenticity, belonging instead of self-respect, and security instead of self-realization. The desire to be chosen can become so powerful that you start adjusting your personality, your dreams, and even your boundaries to fit what you believe will make you acceptable. Over time, this creates an inner split, where your outer life looks socially successful, yet your inner world feels increasingly disconnected from your true self and from your own spirituality. You may appear fulfilled on the surface while feeling emotionally and spiritually empty beneath the performance. This unconscious script teaches you that being alone equals failure, that choosing yourself is selfish, and that waiting to be selected is more honorable than standing in your own power. Under this pressure, many women learn to silence their intuition, tolerate emotional neglect, and overextend themselves just to protect a relationship that validates their identity. The fear of not being chosen can slowly become a fear of being yourself. Each compromise seems small, yet collectively they erode your sense of identity until you no longer recognize the woman you once were before you learn to shrink for acceptance. From a Jungian perspective, this dynamic pulls you away from the self, the deeper, authentic center of your being, and traps you in the persona, the social mask created to survive expectations. Jung warned that a life built on the persona alone eventually produces anxiety, resentment, and emotional exhaustion because it denies the soul space to breathe. When your identity is built around being chosen by another, your inner authority is weakened, and your spiritual development is delayed. You become dependent, not just emotionally, but existentially, on how others reflect you back to yourself. This is where the idea that a woman should never get married becomes symbolic rather than literal. It is not a rejection of love or partnership, but a refusal to enter any union from fear, lack, or self-abandonment. It is a warning against marrying for validation, for social safety, or for the illusion of completion. When marriage is used to escape loneliness, uncertainty, or unresolved wounds, it becomes a spiritual shortcut that avoids the deeper work of self-knowledge, healing, and inner integration. Only when you return to yourself, when you listen to your instincts, honor your solitude, and commit to your spiritual development, do you begin to experience real freedom. In that freedom, your identity no longer depends on being selected, approved of, or socially crowned. You stop trying to earn love and begin to embody it. You stop negotiating your worth and start living from it. Relationship, if it enters your life at that stage, becomes an extension of wholeness rather than a remedy for emptiness. The deeper truth beneath this message is that your first and most sacred commitment is to your own soul. Before you promise loyalty to another, you must be loyal to your truth, your healing, your purpose, and your spiritual development. When you choose yourself first, you no longer beg life to choose you back. You stand already chosen by your own consciousness, already rooted in your own worth, already aligned with your own spirituality. This is the foundation upon which any healthy relationship must rest. Otherwise, it becomes another version of self-betrayal dressed up as love. 3. The inner marriage is the true marriage. Real transformation in your life does not begin with a partner, a ring, or a ceremony. It begins the moment you unite with your own inner self. What Carl Jung described as the sacred union of the anima and the animus, the feminine and masculine energies within you, is what true wholeness actually looks like. Until this inner marriage happens, most outer relationships are shaped more by need than by resonance, more by fear than by freedom. You may believe you are choosing love, yet unconsciously, you may be seeking safety, validation, or escape from loneliness. As Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. And nowhere is this more visible than in romantic relationships formed without inner clarity. When you have not united with yourself, love easily turns into attachment. You may cling to people who mirror your wounds instead of your worth. You may shrink your voice to avoid abandonment, tolerate emotional starvation to preserve connection, or confuse intensity with intimacy. This is why so many marriages feel confusing, heavy, or silently painful, not because love is wrong, but because the inner foundation is missing. Without inner marriage, partnership becomes an exchange of unmet needs rather than a meeting of two whole beings. Rumi captured this truth simply when he said, "Why are you busy looking for a partner? Look for the partner within." When your inner masculine protects your boundaries and your inner feminine trusts her intuition, your standards rise naturally. You no longer negotiate your dignity for affection or mistake control for care. As your inner union strengthens, something profound shifts in how you relate to the world. You stop seeking someone to save you, complete you, or define you, because you finally recognize your own solidity. You move from emotional hunger into emotional presence. You begin to feel the difference between attachment and devotion, between longing and love, between loneliness and genuine connection. You no longer chase being chosen because you have chosen yourself. This does not make you cold or closed to connection. It makes you grounded. And grounded people love from abundance rather than from lack. Many people rush toward marriage believing it will heal their insecurity, soothe their fear of abandonment, or finally make them feel whole. Yet those wounds do not vanish inside commitment. They simply move into a shared space and often deepen under pressure. Inner emptiness cannot be solved by outer structures. Only self-integration can do that. Jung taught that wholeness is not created by cutting off parts of yourself, but by fully integrating them. When you commit first to your inner world, you realize you were never broken. You were simply disconnected from yourself. Once your inner marriage is complete, relationships become a conscious choice rather than a survival strategy. Love becomes a celebration, not a rescue mission. If partnership comes, it adds to your freedom instead of replacing it. If it does not come right away, your life does not collapse into despair, because your center is no longer outside of you. This is the deeper layer of spiritual wisdom that few people are taught, that outer marriage without inner union often leads to quiet sacrifice and invisible loneliness, while inner marriage without outer validation creates peace that no external condition can steal. You stop fearing being alone because you are no longer abandoned inside yourself. You stop staying where your soul feels small because your inner authority is awake. You recognize that the most sacred vow is not spoken to another person, but lived in loyalty to your own truth. When you belong fully to yourself, every relationship you choose afterward is rooted in resonance rather than need, freedom rather than fear, devotion rather than dependency. And this is the real transformation that changes not only how you love, but how you live. If you're ready to honor your inner union and step into your true wholeness, comment below. I choose my inner marriage. 4. Romantic love often masks a fear of solitude and the unknown. Romantic love often hides a quieter truth beneath its beauty. For many women, the pull toward marriage is not always driven by deep, awakened love, but by a lingering fear of solitude and the unknown. From a young age, women are subtly taught that being alone is a failure, that time is running out, and that security must be chosen quickly before it disappears. Under this pressure, love becomes tangled with survival instincts, and the desire for companionship is fused with the fear of being left behind. What appears on the surface as devotion can, at its core, be the anxiety of standing alone in a world that equates partnership with worth. It is here that romantic love begins to mask fear, and fear becomes the silent architect of life-altering decisions. Carl Jung warned that what remains unconscious rules our lives as fate, and when fear is allowed to guide love, a woman may unknowingly bind herself not only to another person, but to the very anxiety she never fully faced. When marriage is chosen from fear rather than inner clarity, something subtle but profound is often lost in the connection to the woman's creative, mystical, or wild self. This is the part of her that dreams without permission, that feels deeply, that senses truth without needing proof. Yet society frequently asks her to tame this aspect of herself in exchange for stability, approval, and safety. Over time, she may trade instinct for routine, imagination for responsibility, inner fire for social acceptance. Jung understood that the wild self is not chaos, but a vital psychological force, the wellspring of authenticity and meaning. When it is suppressed, the result is not immediate disaster, but quiet disconnection, emotional dullness, unnameable grief, a chronic sense that something essential has gone missing. Externally, life may appear a successful home, partner, structure, but internally, the soul begins to hunger for the part of itself it abandoned. This is not simply emotional dissatisfaction. It is a spiritual fracture that expands slowly and silently. As the years pass, this hidden sacrifice often reveals itself through restlessness, quiet resentment, or a persistent feeling of emptiness that no achievement seems to heal. The woman may love her partner sincerely, yet still feel haunted by an unfulfilled inner life. This is where spirituality becomes more than belief, it becomes survival. Through spirituality, she begins to recognize that solitude is not a punishment, but a sacred space of self-return. In spiritual awakening, loneliness transforms into initiation, and the darkness of the unknown becomes a doorway rather than a threat. Jung once wrote that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Yet fear-based love pulls a woman away from that becoming and persuades her to shrink herself into what is expected. Spiritual awakening reverses this process. It teaches her that she is not incomplete on her own, that partnership is not meant to rescue her from emptiness, but to meet her wholeness. This is why Jung's insight feels so unsettling. Many romantic bonds are not unions of liberated souls, but negotiations between unresolved fears. Two people do not always meet from strength, but from mutual avoidance of inner emptiness. When this happens, marriage no longer becomes a conscious shared journey. It becomes a shelter built against the terror of facing oneself. Yet when a woman matures through spirituality and undergoes true spiritual awakening, her relationship to love changes completely. She no longer seeks marriage as protection from solitude, but sees it, if she chooses it at all, as a partnership between two whole beings who are not escaping themselves, but expanding together. Love becomes an expression of fullness rather than a remedy for lack. The unknown is no longer an enemy, but a landscape of growth. Solitude is no longer a threat, but a source of power. And in reclaiming her wild, intuitive, creative nature, she does not become disconnected from love. She becomes capable of a deeper, freer, more conscious form of it. 5. The path of awakening requires a sacred rebellion. The path of awakening demands something most people are never taught how to give: a sacred rebellion against the invisible rules that have governed the inner world since childhood. To individuate, as Carl Jung described, a woman must disobey the internalized voices of patriarchy that quietly tell her she is only worthy when she is pleasing, serving, sacrificing, or shrinking herself to fit the emotional comfort of others. This rebellion is not against love, not against men, and not against relationship itself, but against inner oppression, false beliefs, and inherited roles that slowly cage the soul. You were not born to be a function in someone else's life. You were born to be a living center of awareness, creativity, and becoming. When a woman blindly follows roles that were never chosen by her true self, something vital inside begins to dim. Her energy fades. Her desires soften into silence. Her intuition becomes harder to hear. Yet the moment she dares to question, something ancient stirs awake within her, a quiet but unstoppable force that whispers, "There is more to you than what you were told." This is where true spirituality begins, not in ritual used as escape, but in the courage to rewrite life from the inside out. Many women are trained to confuse duty with destiny and obedience with love. In that confusion, They abandon their own becoming, trading fire for approval and truth for safety. The soul, however, was never designed to live inside a cage, even one decorated with romance, tradition, or the fear of being alone. This is why Jung's forbidden truth strikes so deeply. It reveals that marriage, when entered unconsciously, can become another structure that demands the quiet death of the wild, creative, sovereign self. Not because love is wrong, but because love without selfhood becomes self-erasure. When a woman abandons her individuation for belonging, she does not gain union, she loses herself. A relationship built upon that loss becomes a slow betrayal of the soul rather than a meeting of equals. True union can only emerge when two whole beings meet without needing to disappear inside each other. That wholeness is forged through the sacred rebellion of saying no to what diminishes you, even when everyone expects your yes. Ancient systems do not survive merely through rules. They survive through the fear inside you that obedience is safer than freedom. Yet every awakening in history begins with someone who chooses truth over comfort. In this case, that truth begins the moment you recognize that your worth does not come from usefulness, beauty, loyalty, or sacrifice, but from the simple fact that you exist as a conscious being within a living universe. Once you begin to live from that knowledge, your spiritual development accelerates naturally. You no longer beg for permission to become who you are. You no longer negotiate with your own intuition. You stop apologizing for your depth, your solitude, your vision, and your refusal to shrink. This shift does not make you cold or distant. It makes you clean inside. Love chosen from wholeness is no longer a transaction of fear, abandonment, or rescue. It becomes a meeting of light rather than an exchange of wounds. This is the true engine of spiritual development. The movement from unconscious survival into conscious creation, from inherited identity into embodied truth, and from silent obedience into authorship of one's own life. The rebellion itself is not loud. It is not angry. It is not destructive. It is deeply quiet and utterly unwavering. It is the daily decision to listen more to your soul than to fear, to your truth more than to tradition, and to your becoming more than to expectation. When that decision becomes stable within you, your sense of self no longer depends on validation. You stop asking whether you are allowed to live freely and begin living as if your freedom were always sacred. You learn that your worth is not earned through sacrifice. Your identity is not defined by roles. Your spirituality deepens only when you choose truth over approval. And your spiritual development accelerates the moment you stop betraying yourself for belonging. Love, at its highest expression, should never require self-abandonment, because the most sacred relationship you will ever build is the one you learn to sustain with your own awakened soul. If you feel the courage to walk your own path of awakening and sacred rebellion, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's rise together in truth and inner freedom. 6. The woman becomes an archetype of wholeness and cosmic love. When you integrate your shadow and awaken your inner masculine energy, you stop searching for validation, permission, or ownership because something profound has already completed itself within you. And as Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Meaning that the moment this inner integration happens, You are no longer pulled by unconscious cravings for someone else to finish your story. Instead, you become luminous from within, whole by your own realization, and your love transforms into something that flows from abundance rather than from fear or emptiness. You no longer love in order to be completed. You love as a natural expression of consciousness, a quiet radiance that rises from inner stability. This shift turns you into an archetype of wholeness and cosmic love, because you no longer project your unmet needs onto men, no longer hand over your power, and no longer confuse attachment with destiny or protection with self-abandonment. You begin to understand that real love is chosen, not begged for. And as Jung beautifully said, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Yet that transformation can only be sacred when both souls are standing whole, not wounded or starving for identity. From this awakened center, even romance feels different, cleaner, lighter, more honest, because it is no longer driven by wounds, but by resonance, not by fear, but by freedom. You start to see why marriage, when entered from fragmentation, becomes a substitute for inner completion rather than a celebration of it. A woman who marries from lack often searches for a savior, but a woman who stands in her spiritual wisdom no longer seeks rescue. She becomes her own ground, her own center, her own source of direction. She stops looking for someone to complete her because she has completed herself, and from that wholeness, she can finally love without losing herself. This is the forbidden truth many resist. It is not marriage itself that is the issue, but the unconscious dependence that often hides beneath it. Once you awaken to this deeper layer of spiritual wisdom, you realize that true partnership only becomes holy when neither person is using the other to escape themselves. Love then becomes a reflection rather than a rescue, a conscious union rather than an emotional bargain, a meeting of two sovereign beings rather than a merging born from fear. And when a woman reaches this level of inner union, she becomes radiant, not because she turns away from love, but because she has purified it of desperation and transformed it into a form of presence. Her affection comes with no chains, no emotional manipulation, no silent demands. She loves because she chooses to, not because she must. She offers intimacy without ownership and devotion without dependence. This is the woman who embodies cosmic love. Grounded, sovereign, spiritually awake, and emotionally whole. 7. Relationships. After inner union are based on resonance, not dependency. After inner awakening, a woman may still choose partnership, but she no longer enters it from fear, lack, or emotional hunger. She chooses from fullness. This is the turning point where spirituality becomes lived experience rather than an idea, where spiritual awakening is no longer something she studies, but something that reorganizes the entire structure of her relationships. From this place, love is no longer a strategy for survival. It becomes a conscious meeting between two whole beings. She has already faced her loneliness, her abandonment wounds, her need for approval, and the unconscious belief that she must be chosen to have value. Through this inner work, she has learned to belong to herself first, and from that belonging, she can finally offer love without bargaining her identity away. Relationships after inner union are therefore based on resonance, not dependency. She no longer seeks a partner to fill an inner void, to rescue her from emptiness, or to stabilize her sense of self. Instead, she seeks a connection that naturally aligns with her frequency, her values, and her emotional maturity. Dependency fades because she no longer needs another person to regulate her worth, her emotions, or her sense of direction. What arises instead is mutual presence. Two individuals standing in their own power, choosing each other not out of fear of being alone, but out of recognition. This recognition is quiet yet unmistakable. It is not driven by fantasy or urgency, but by clarity. These sacred unions are rare because they demand awareness from both sides. They require two people who have faced their shadows instead of projecting them, who take responsibility for their emotional wounds instead of outsourcing their healing. In such relationships, love is not built on illusion, but on honesty. There is space for truth without punishment, vulnerability without manipulation, and conflict without destruction. Growth becomes the shared language of the bond. Each partner becomes a mirror, not to shame the other, but to reflect what still seeks integration. In this way, intimacy stops being a performance and becomes a living process of transformation. After inner union, a woman can no longer tolerate relationships that trap her inside rigid roles. She no longer accepts being reduced to a function, a duty, or an emotional service. She understands that every role that denies her humanity slowly erodes her soul. Instead, she gravitates toward connections where she is allowed to be complex, evolving, strong, soft, grounded, and uncertain all at the same time. This is not rebellion against love. It is devotion to truth. And truth has no interest in containment for the sake of appearances. Every relationship becomes a classroom rather than a cage. When emotional friction arises, she does not immediately grasp for control, blame, or withdrawal. She pauses long enough to ask what within her is being activated. She understands that triggers often reveal unhealed parts rather than failures in the other person. From this awareness, she responds instead of reacting. This does not mean she tolerates what violates her boundaries. It means she enforces those boundaries without hatred, without self-betrayal, and without collapse. Inner union gives her that stability. Resonance begins to guide her choices more than chemistry. She no longer confuses intensity with intimacy. The nervous system no longer interprets chaos as passion. Instead, she learns to feel the difference between emotional addiction and emotional safety. A resonant connection does not overwhelm her sense of self. It strengthens it. It does not demand urgency. It allows timelessness. It does not destabilize her nervous system. It steadies it. Love becomes something that supports her breath rather than disrupts it. Freedom, not obligation, becomes the force that keeps partners together. No one is trapped by fear of abandonment, financial dependence, social pressure, or spiritual guilt. Each person remains because they want to, not because they must. This freedom paradoxically deepens commitment because what is chosen freely carries more integrity than what is maintained through fear. The relationship lasts not due to control or possession, but because both souls continue to find meaning in walking together. In this state, love becomes a field of mutual evolution. Each partner grows not by losing themselves, but by becoming more of themselves. The relationship does not promise constant comfort. It promises truth. It does not guarantee ease. It guarantees consciousness. And from that consciousness, something far more enduring than dependency is born shared becoming. This is not love as escape from self, but love as the expansion of self. Share your reflections in the comments below. Have you felt the difference between resonance and dependency in your relationships? I'd love to hear your experiences. Now, let's continue exploring the next powerful truth on the path of spiritual wisdom. 8. The alchemical journey requires facing the dark night of the soul. The alchemical journey you are invited into is a path that demands everything false to fall away, because true individuation, as Carl Jung explained, requires a spiritual death, a dissolving of the identities, roles, expectations, and illusions that once shaped how you saw yourself and how the world saw you. It is a shedding that feels like loss, but is actually liberation. And as you step into this deep inner work, you will find yourself walking through isolation, chaos, dreams, and shadows that strip away every layer that is not truly yours. This descent is not a punishment, but a sacred initiation, because the woman who dares to enter the dark night of the soul is stepping into the very fire that will purify and remake her. And although the path feels heavy and disorienting, it is through this breaking that the deeper truth of your spirit begins to rise. You may feel disconnected from the life you once knew, uncertain about who you are becoming, or shaken by emotions you cannot name. Yet these experiences are not signs of failure, but proof that the old self is dissolving so the real self can breathe. Jung's teaching: one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious, reveals why this stage is unavoidable. You cannot grow by avoiding your shadows. You grow by meeting them with courage and honesty. The confusion, the loneliness, the emotional unraveling are the sacred fire burning away the social masks, borrowed identities, and inherited beliefs that once defined your worth. Every fragment that falls away is clearing space for sovereignty, clarity, and inner authority to emerge. And though it feels like everything familiar is collapsing, what is truly happening is a restructuring of your soul around truth instead of fear. This is why the dark night of the soul must be understood as preparation rather than destruction, because nothing authentic can rise on a foundation built from pleasing others, performing roles, or chasing validation. The woman who walks this path begins to see that silence teaches more than noise, that solitude strengthens more than company, and that the dreams and shadows she once ignored now carry insights that logic alone could never provide. Spirituality, at its core, is not about seeking light, but about integrating the parts of yourself you once tried to escape. And spiritual development requires you to stay present with the discomfort long enough for transformation to complete its work. When the fire has finished its refining, you return to yourself without the need to be anything for anyone. You no longer cling to identities that kept you small, to relationships that drained your essence, or to beliefs that muted your inner voice. Instead, you stand in a quiet strength, softer but unshakable, aware that every breakdown was actually a breakthrough reshaping your life from the inside out. You understand that the dark night was not an interruption. It was the crossing that led you to your essence. And from this place of inner rebirth, you carry the lessons that truly liberate you. That facing your shadows is a path to personal power. That your pain is a teacher, not an enemy. That the fire purifies but never destroys what is real. and that the woman who survives this journey rises with a depth, clarity, and truth she could never have found without walking through the darkness. 9. The ultimate truth. She is the marriage she was seeking. The forbidden truth is not that love is an illusion, but that you were never meant to seek completion through another person. The truth is that you are both bride and groom, lover and beloved, the one who longs and the one who fulfills. When this realization awakens within you, the question of marriage begins to dissolve, not because love loses its value, but because love outgrows the need for external validation. What you were searching for in another was always trying to return you to yourself. As Carl Jung revealed with piercing clarity, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. And for many, the unconscious pursuit of marriage is not romance, but a hidden attempt to escape inner emptiness. When you become whole, love no longer feels like hunger. You stop reaching outward as if something essential is missing. Instead, love becomes an overflow rather than a demand. You realize that much of what people call love is actually fear, dressed in longing, the fear of being alone, unseen, or unchosen. Yet wholeness changes everything. You no longer ask another to carry your wounds, stabilize your identity, or give meaning to your existence. You become rooted in your own presence. Life itself becomes sacred. Every breath becomes communion rather than compensation. This is where true spiritual wisdom begins, not in possessing another, but in belonging fully to yourself. As this inner union deepens, your understanding of relationships shifts from dependency to devotion, from survival to conscious connection. You stop trying to be saved and start learning how to stand. You stop bargaining for love and start radiating it. Jung's work on individuation reveals that the integration of your inner masculine and feminine is the real marriage. And without that union inside, every external union becomes fragile, burdened with impossible expectations. When you place the responsibility of your wholeness on another human being, love collapses under unbearable weight. But when you carry your own wholeness, love becomes light. This is why the woman who becomes whole no longer enters relationships from fear, nor avoids them from bitterness. She simply sees clearly. She does not reject marriage, but she is no longer ruled by it. She no longer needs permanence to feel safe or permission to feel worthy. Her identity is not shaped by whether she is chosen, but by whether she is aligned with her truth. Rainer Maria Rilke once wrote, "Love consists in this, that two solitudes protect and touch and greet each other." Most people demand that another fill their solitude before ever learning how to meet it themselves. But the whole woman has already made peace with her own inner space. From this state of inner alignment, love becomes cosmic rather than conditional. It is no longer driven by attachment to outcome, but by presence. She no longer fears abandonment because she is already anchored within. She no longer chases devotion because she embodies it. And in this embodiment, something extraordinary happens. She stops seeking home in another's arms because she has finally become home within herself. As Lao Tzu said, "When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you." And when nothing is lacking within you, nothing outside controls you. This is the deeper meaning behind the idea that she is the marriage she was seeking. It is not an attack on love, but a liberation of it. Not a rejection of union, but a return to sacred unity at the source. From this place, partnership is no longer a necessity. It is a conscious choice. No longer a rescue, it is a sharing. No longer a wound seeking relief. It is two flames choosing to burn side by side without consuming one another. The forbidden truth was never that marriage is wrong, but that it was never meant to replace the divine union within you. And when that inner marriage is complete, love does not disappear. It becomes vast, steady, and free. If this message resonated with you, comment, "I am already whole" below. Your reflection helps us connect on a deeper level. In the end, this is not a message of rejection toward love or commitment, but a call for deep awareness, self-sovereignty, and conscious choice. Through Jung's forbidden truth, we are reminded that a woman's wholeness, identity, and purpose must never be sacrificed for social approval or unconscious attachment. Marriage, when entered unconsciously, can become a psychological cage, but when chosen with self-mastery, it can be a sacred union of two complete souls. If this message resonated with you, please like the video, share it with someone who needs to hear this truth, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative insights. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. The real reason you became a loner, it's not what you think. Loneliness does not come from having no people around one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself. Carl Jung famously made this distinction, and it may hold the key to why you feel different from the crowd. If you have found yourself pulling away from society lately, it isn't because you are broken, and it isn't simply because you are antisocial. It is often a sign of a profound internal shift, a necessary step toward what Jung called individuation. You are not just isolating, you are incubating. In this video, we are going to uncover the spiritual necessity of your solitude and how to use this time to build a self that is unshakable. Before we begin, if you believe that your solitude is a strength, not a weakness, please like this video and comment, "I am finding myself," below. Let us journey into the wisdom of the introverted soul. 1. Loners are not born. They are conditioned in childhood. Loners are not shaped by personality labels or simple introversion. They are shaped by repeated emotional neglect in childhood, often so subtle that no one notices it while it is happening. A child does not suddenly decide to withdraw from the world for no reason. The withdrawal slowly forms when emotional needs are overlooked again and again, when feelings are minimized, when questions go unanswered, when attention is inconsistent, and when love feels conditional. In these quiet moments, the child learns a powerful lesson without anyone ever saying it out loud. Needing too much is dangerous, expressing emotions is unsafe, and relying on others leads to disappointment. Over time, the child adapts by turning inward, creating an inner world that feels more stable than the outside one. What looks like independence from the outside is often a nervous system trained to survive without emotional support. This is where the roots of the loner identity truly begin. As this pattern repeats, the child becomes unusually observant and emotionally alert. They begin to read the moods of adults, sense shifts in energy, and adjust their behavior to avoid conflict or rejection. They learn to be quiet, agreeable, and self-reliant, not because it is their nature, but because it is what keeps them emotionally safe. Praise often comes not for authenticity, but for being easy, mature, or low maintenance. Slowly, connection starts to feel unpredictable, while solitude feels controlled and safe. This is why many loners grow into adults who can move through social spaces smoothly while still feeling detached inside. They may be surrounded by people, yet feel emotionally alone. According to Carl Jung's psychological insight, this creates a shadow pattern. The belief that intimacy leads to loss, that vulnerability invites pain, and that the self must always handle life alone. Yet within this shadow also lies hidden spiritual strength, because enduring emotional absence trains the soul to turn inward in search of meaning. This inward turn often opens the door to spirituality and spiritual awakening, not through comfort, but through longing. Many loners discover meaning through silence, reflection, and solitude long before they ever name it as a spiritual path. While others bond through shared activities or external validation, the loner bonds with their inner world. They ask deep questions early in life. They notice the emotional undercurrents others ignore. They become deeply intuitive, sensitive to energy, and aware of invisible emotional dynamics. However, this sensitivity is a double-edged sword. The same awareness that grants depth also keeps the nervous system on constant alert. Crowds feel overwhelming, shallow conversations feel draining, and emotional chaos in others feels physically exhausting. Distance becomes not a rejection of people, but a method of self-regulation. Alone time becomes the only place where the body finally relaxes. As adulthood unfolds, the original childhood conditioning continues to shape relationships. The loner may crave connection deeply, yet unconsciously expect abandonment. They may be drawn to emotionally unavailable people because that dynamic feels familiar. They may struggle to ask for help, even when they are exhausted, because the nervous system learned long ago that help does not reliably come. From a Jungian perspective, this creates an ongoing conflict between the persona that appears strong and independent and the inner child that still longs to be seen and emotionally met. Spiritual awakening often begins when this conflict becomes impossible to ignore. Patterns repeat until awareness breaks the cycle. At that point, solitude no longer serves only as protection. It becomes a space of healing, self-listening, and gradual reprogramming of old emotional beliefs. The loner starts to realize that being alone was never proof of unworthiness. It was proof of adaptation. What once developed for survival can slowly transform into conscious solitude, where isolation is no longer rooted in fear, but in self-connection, clarity, and the gentle rebuilding of trust with the world. Comment below. I am healing my inner child. If you're ready to understand your past and step into a stronger, more conscious version of yourself. 2. Emotional needs were rejected, dismissed, or ignored. As a child, you tried to express fear, excitement, sadness, or confusion in the only way you knew how, through your emotions, and instead of being met with understanding, you were told, "You're fine, stop being sensitive," or worse, you were simply ignored. And in those moments, something profound happened inside you that no one noticed, because each dismissal quietly taught you that your inner world was not welcome, that what you felt was somehow wrong, excessive, or inconvenient. And over time, this repeated experience shaped your nervous system to believe that emotions were unsafe to share, that vulnerability was risky, and that being open invited rejection rather than connection. Little by little, you learned to pull your feelings inward, not because you lacked them, but because you were protecting them. And this inner withdrawal became a form of self-preservation long before it ever became a personality trait. And while others learned to process emotions through support and reassurance, you learned to process them alone, in silence, in your own private space, teaching yourself to survive without emotional mirrors, without validation, without anyone explaining that what you felt made sense. And this is how loneliness begins, not as a choice, but as a strategy the soul uses when it realizes no one is coming to meet it where it is. What makes this experience so powerful is that it does not just shape how you relate to people, it reshapes how you relate to yourself. Because when you grow up, learning that your emotions are too much or not important, you begin to question your own inner truth, second-guess your reactions, and minimize your needs. And yet at the same time, you develop an unusually deep inner awareness. Because when your outer world does not reflect you, you are forced to turn inward to understand yourself. And this inward turning is often the first quiet step towards spirituality and spiritual development, even if you did not have the language for it at the time. You did not become distant because you lacked the ability to care. You became distant because you cared deeply in an environment that could not hold that depth. And so your sensitivity learned to armor itself. Your openness learned to observe before it trusted. And your heart learned to stay guarded until safety was proven rather than promised. And this is why solitude can feel comforting rather than empty to you, because it was the place where you were never told to shrink, where your emotions did not have to explain themselves, and where your inner world could exist without interruption or judgment. And yet the deeper truth is that this pattern does not exist to trap you in isolation forever, but to awaken you to the hidden intelligence within your emotional life. Because once you recognize that your loneliness was formed through emotional neglect rather than personal failure, something begins to shift, and your silence stops feeling like a flaw and starts revealing itself as a space of awareness, perception, and transformation. A space where you no longer run from your feelings, but begin to understand them as guides, teachers, and signals guiding your spiritual development back toward wholeness. 3. Vulnerability became associated with danger. Vulnerability became associated with danger long before you ever chose to be alone. Each time you opened your heart and were met with shame, mockery, silence, punishment, or emotional betrayal, your nervous system quietly rewrote its rules for survival until one unspoken belief settled deep into your body. People are unsafe. Solitude is safety. You did not learn this through logic or conscious choice, but through repeated emotional experience, through moments when being seen felt more dangerous than being invisible, and being open felt more painful than being closed. Over time, your system did not just remember the fear, it organized your entire sense of safety around it, teaching you to relax only when no one could hurt you. This is why being alone may now feel calm, regulated, even empowering, while being emotionally close to others can trigger tension, hypervigilance, or quiet withdrawal. It is not because you are antisocial or broken, but because your body learned that solitude meant control and protection, while connection meant unpredictability and emotional risk. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And for a long time, your preference for being a loner may have felt like personality when it was actually a survival pattern. What once protected you gradually became part of your identity, shifting from "I learned to be alone to survive" into "this is just who I am." Yet beneath this self-image lies the emotional intelligence that helped you adapt. Your solitude is not emptiness. It is a refuge built by experience. The problem arises not because you value being alone, but because the choice was once driven by fear instead of freedom. Over time, this protective structure can quietly limit your ability to receive care, closeness, and emotional nourishment, even as you pride yourself on independence. What looks like strength from the outside can sometimes be emotional self-containment on the inside, where needing nothing from anyone feels safer than risking disappointment again. As spiritual wisdom teaches, true strength is not the absence of vulnerability, but the ability to hold it without collapsing. Jung's work reminds us that what we repress does not vanish. It waits in the shadow and shapes our behavior from behind the scenes. Your loneliness, then, is not random. It is meaningful. It carries memory. It tells the story of what you learned about love, trust, and emotional safety when you were still forming your sense of the world. And yet the same mechanism that once saved you can now become the very barrier that separates you from deeper connection. As Rumi said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." And this means the place where you learn to close yourself off is also where awareness, healing, and transformation begin. Through the lens of Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom, you begin to see that your nervous system is not your enemy. It is simply loyal to old information. It learned to equate safety with isolation because, at one time, that equation kept you emotionally alive. But safety does not have to mean solitude forever, and connection does not have to mean danger. The shift begins when you stop judging your loneliness and start listening to it. When you acknowledge that your tendency to walk alone was never weakness, but an intelligent response to emotional threat. In that realization, you reclaim your story, not as a person who is broken, but as someone who protected something sacred inside, something that may now be ready, slowly and on its own terms, to be felt, trusted, and shared again. Are you ready to release the fear around vulnerability and step into true inner strength? If so, comment below. I choose to feel safe. To mark your commitment to this journey of healing and self-discovery. 4. Self-reliance replaced human connection. After hundreds of small emotional rejections that never seemed dramatic enough to be called trauma, the child slowly stops reaching outward, not because they stop needing connection, but because each attempt quietly teaches them that needing others brings disappointment. These moments are subtle missed comfort, ignored feelings, unmet reassurance, but their accumulation reshapes the inner world. What once reached for warmth now turns inward for survival. Learning instead how to self-soothe, how to carry pain alone, and how to depend only on the self. This is where the loner identity is not chosen, but formed quietly and unconsciously as protection. What looks like strength from the outside is often built from emotional necessity on the inside. Self-reliance does not emerge because the child is naturally independent, but because connection becomes unreliable. When vulnerability is repeatedly met with distance, the nervous system adapts, teaching the child that it is safer not to ask, safer not to lean, safer not to hope. Over time, independence becomes automatic rather than intentional, and emotional withdrawal becomes a learned language of safety rather than a personality trait. As Carl Jung warned, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents. And without realizing it, many children inherit emotional scarcity rather than emotional guidance. They grow up believing they must regulate their fear, sadness, and confusion alone because no one else consistently does it with them. This is how self-soothing replaces human connection, not as growth, but as compensation. The child does not become emotionally numb. Rather, they become emotionally private, retreating into an inner world that feels more stable than unpredictable relationships. In adulthood, this survival pattern is often misunderstood as introversion, emotional detachment, or mysterious independence. Yet under the surface, the former child still longs for deep connection while fearing its instability. They may crave intimacy, but feel uneasy when it arrives, wanting closeness, yet bracing for disappointment. This inner conflict becomes part of their identity, strong enough to stand alone, but still silently desiring to be met. It is here that spirituality and spiritual awakening often begin to emerge, not through comfort, but through solitude that forces honest self-examination. Because connection was once unsafe, awareness becomes heightened. Loners often develop deep sensitivity to emotional shifts, tone, and subtle psychological undercurrents. They learn to read rooms, moods, and energies because their safety once depended on it. This sensitivity, born from emotional vigilance, later becomes intuition, introspection, and a natural pull towards spiritual wisdom. What began as emotional armor slowly transforms into inner perception. The independent identity continues to shape relationships, often unconsciously. The loner gives deeply, yet hesitates to receive freely. They love sincerely, yet keep part of themselves guarded. Even when connection is offered, the old pattern whispers that dependence leads to loss. Jung's insight becomes clear here. What is not healed remains active in the shadow. The early training in emotional self-sufficiency does not vanish with age. It simply changes form. Yet within this pattern lies the doorway to transformation. Solitude, once a shield, becomes a mirror. The same self-reliance that replaced human connection becomes the foundation for inner sovereignty. Through reflection, self-trust, and conscious awareness, isolation shifts from defense to discernment. What once formed from emotional absence evolves into inner presence, and the individual begins to see that the loner identity was never a personality flaw, but an adaptive response to emotional scarcity, one that now holds the potential for true spiritual awakening rather than quiet survival. 5. Loners become hyper-observers as a survival skill. Growing up in an emotionally unpredictable environment trains you to become a hyper-observer without you ever choosing it consciously. You learn to read moods, micro-expressions, subtle energy shifts, and emotional danger with astonishing accuracy, not out of curiosity, but because, as the truth states, this is not curiosity, it is a defense mechanism. Your nervous system learns that safety depends on awareness, so you scan faces, tones, silences, and reactions instinctively. You walk into a room and feel tension before anyone speaks. You sense when a smile is forced. You notice when the emotional temperature suddenly changes. While others move through conversations casually, you remain alert, quietly tracking everything. What looks like calm observation on the outside is, on the inside, the residue of a childhood where emotional stability was never guaranteed, and vigilance became the price of safety. Over time, this survival skill follows you into adulthood and begins to shape your identity, your relationships, and even your connection to spirituality and spiritual development. You may withdraw, not because you dislike people, but because solitude is the only place where your nervous system fully rests. You may struggle to trust easily, not from arrogance or coldness, but from the deep instinct to protect your inner world before it can be harmed again. This heightened awareness gives you the rare ability to see beneath appearances, yet it also carries the burden of emotional exhaustion. You are always sensing, always reading, always interpreting. Without realizing it, you may begin to believe that being alone is who you are, when in fact, it is simply how you learn to survive. Through Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, this pattern reflects the shadow of sensitivity, an unconscious adaptation that once protected you but no longer needs to dominate your life. As your spiritual development deepens, the meaning of this hyper-observation begins to change. What once existed as fear-based scanning can evolve into conscious awareness, discernment, and presence. You begin to understand that your perception is not meant to imprison you in isolation, but to refine your ability to navigate life with clarity rather than constant defense. You start to see the difference between intuition and survival-driven alertness, between healthy solitude and emotional withdrawal. In this awareness, healing becomes possible not by destroying the part of you that learned to observe, but by releasing the fear that taught it to stay on guard. The skill that once kept you safe can now serve your growth, allowing your sensitivity to become a strength guided by choice rather than a reflex ruled by the past. Do you recognize this trait in yourself? Comment with awareness. I see clearly, and I trust my inner vision. 6. The good child. Pattern leads to adult burnout. Many people who grow into loners were once the good child, the quiet peacekeeper who learned too early how to stay out of the way, how to manage emotions instead of expressing them, and how to be low maintenance so they would not become a burden. They were praised for being mature, responsible, and understanding. But what was really happening was emotional self-erasure. As Carl Jung warned, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of its parents. And for many future loners, that burden became invisible training in emotional survival rather than emotional freedom. As they grow into adulthood, that early pattern transforms into a life of chronic overgiving. You may find yourself giving more time, more care, more patience, and more emotional energy than the people around you ever return. You become the listener, the supporter, the problem solver, the one who holds everything together while quietly running on empty. The imbalance feels normal at first because it mirrors what you learned in childhood. But over time, it creates exhaustion, resentment, and emotional burnout. Relationships begin to feel one-sided, not because you are weak, but because your empathy has been conditioned to flow outward without limits. Eventually, solitude becomes less about isolation and more about survival. You step back, not because you dislike people, but because you are tired of being drained. This is where spiritual wisdom begins to reveal what psychology alone cannot fully explain. You are not avoiding connection. You are protecting your nervous system, your energy, and your inner stability. Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And when awareness arrives, you finally see that your loneliness was not random. It was a response to years of emotional overexertion and unspoken responsibility. With this awareness comes a quiet but powerful shift. You begin to realize that constantly being the good one has costs, and that true connection cannot exist where self-abandonment is required. Solitude becomes a place of recalibration rather than punishment. It allows you to stop bleeding for people who would never bleed for you, to stop over-explaining your boundaries, and to stop feeling guilty for choosing rest instead of sacrifice. Slowly, your energy returns. Your mind grows clearer. Your intuition sharpens. Your identity begins to detach from the role you were trained to play and reshapes into something more authentic. This is why so many loners resonate deeply with Carl Jung's teachings and with spiritual wisdom as a whole. What once felt like rejection reveals itself as discernment. What once felt like isolation transforms into selective connection. You no longer give from obligation, but from choice. You no longer shrink to keep the peace, but learn to let peace exist within you. The path of the loner, seen clearly, is not a path of emotional coldness. It is the slow, quiet return to the self after years of carrying what was never meant to be yours. 7. Solitude is not loneliness. It is a conscious choice. Loners do not withdraw from the world because they hate people. They withdraw because being surrounded by emotionally unavailable people feels far lonelier than standing alone. After too many moments of speaking and not being heard, of caring and not being met with the same depth, the heart learns a quiet truth. Constant misconnection hurts more than silence. In that realization, solitude slowly transforms from something painful into something protective. It becomes peace instead of pressure, control instead of chaos, and safety instead of constant emotional risk. When you repeatedly find yourself as the one who listens, understands, and holds space, yet never receives the same emotional presence in return, your nervous system begins to associate connection with exhaustion rather than nourishment. Each shallow conversation, each dismissed feeling, each moment where your vulnerability is met with discomfort or indifference teaches your soul that not every gathering is a place of belonging. Over time, your body reacts before your mind does, tightening in crowded spaces, longing for quiet, not because you fear people, but because you crave emotional honesty. In solitude, something profound begins to happen. Without the noise of other people's expectations, you can finally hear your own inner voice. Without the pressure to perform, explain, or shrink yourself, you start to feel what is real inside you. This is where spirituality quietly deepens, not through grand rituals, but through the simple act of returning to yourself. Here, your loneliness begins to shift into spiritual awakening, because for the first time, you are no longer abandoning your inner world just to avoid being alone on the outside. Being alone allows you to observe your emotions without judgment. You notice how grief rises and falls, how anger dissolves when it is finally acknowledged, how longing teaches you what kind of connection your soul truly seeks. You stop confusing attention with love and proximity with intimacy. You realize that real connection requires emotional presence, not just shared space. In this way, solitude becomes a training ground for emotional clarity and self-respect. Choosing to walk alone for a season is not a rejection of humanity. It is a refusal to keep betraying yourself. It is understanding that healing cannot happen in spaces that constantly reopen old wounds. When you step back, you are not running away from connection. You are stepping out of patterns that taught you to accept emotional crumbs instead of genuine nourishment. You learn that being alone does not make you empty. Staying where you are, unseen, does. As your awareness sharpens, you become more selective. You no longer chase belonging at the cost of your peace. Instead, you start to recognize energy, depth, and sincerity. You learn the difference between people whose presence feels like grounding and those whose presence feels like turbulence. Through this discernment, your boundaries strengthen, your intuition becomes louder, and your self-trust grows steadier. What once looked like isolation reveals itself as a transition. The loner is not broken. The loner is in between worlds, between who they were when they tolerated emotional neglect and who they are becoming through truth and clarity. In this space between, solitude serves as both shelter and mirror, helping you remember who you are when no one is watching, and teaching you that peace is not found in numbers, but in alignment. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more spiritual wisdom like this. And if choosing solitude has empowered you, comment below. I honor my path of conscious solitude. 8. Being a loner is survival intelligence, not a flaw. Being a loner is not a flaw, but a form of survival intelligence shaped by early learned emotional sovereignty. The quiet inner knowing that you do not need to chase connection blindly, depend on others to feel whole, or abandon yourself just to be accepted. You understand intuitively that not every connection nourishes the soul, that some relationships drain more than they give, and so you choose depth over chaos, alignment over approval, and truth over temporary comfort. This is a strength that forms when you realize early in life that belonging is meaningless if it requires self-betrayal, and that wholeness is not something another person can hand you. It is something you construct from the inside out through clarity, boundaries, and self-respect. Because of this, your solitude becomes a place of restoration rather than punishment, a space where your identity forms without noise, where your values sharpen without pressure, and where your inner voice grows louder than the expectations of others. Your path teaches you to read energy more than words and intention more than appearance. And this sensitivity allows you to move through the world with quiet accuracy, understanding quickly who is safe, who is chaotic, and who only wants to take more than they give. You do not isolate because you dislike people. You step back because you sense the emotional cost of staying in the wrong environments, and you choose peace even when others misunderstand your distance. This is emotional sovereignty in action, the ability to regulate your own feelings, hold your own ground, and remain whole even when the world around you feels unstable. Through this, your spirituality deepens because solitude becomes the gateway to self-awareness, intuition, and inner strength, guiding you towards spiritual development that grows naturally when you are no longer dependent on external validation. As you walk this path, your experiences teach you the power of self-protection without fear, self-connection without loneliness, and self-respect without compromise. Your quiet independence is not the result of coldness, but the result of having learned too young what it feels like to carry yourself when no one else could. It is the wisdom of someone who knows that emotional safety is more valuable than social approval. And the more you grow, the more you realize that this way of being has given you 3 essential truths: that choosing yourself is not selfish, but sacred; that true connection only begins when you meet others from a place of wholeness rather than need; and that emotional sovereignty is the foundation upon which real peace is built. Through these lessons, your solitude becomes not a wound, but a source of power, proof that you have learned to survive, evolve, and rise without losing yourself. To conclude, do not fear your time alone. While society calls it loneliness, wisdom recognizes it as freedom. By withdrawing from the noise of the collective, you are giving yourself the space to hear your own intuition and integrate your shadow. You are not separated from the world. You are simply becoming whole within it. Support our mission by liking this video and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Please subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications to join us for more deep dives into the human psyche. Thank you for being here. How to respect yourself in front of toxic people. As Carl Jung once said, what you resist not only persists, but grows. And when it comes to toxic people, the greatest act of resistance is not fighting them. It's respecting yourself enough to rise above their chaos. In today's video, we'll explore powerful principles that help you protect your energy, stand firmly in your truth, and walk through life with dignity, even in the presence of negativity. As you listen, think about a moment when you lost a bit of yourself trying to please the wrong people. What lesson did it teach you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your experience might give strength to someone who needs it today. 1. Toxic people. Trigger your shadow, not your worth. Toxic people do not expose your worth. They awaken your unconscious wounds. The anger, shame, and defensiveness that rise in you during these encounters are not evidence that you are weak or broken, but signals from parts of you that were once hurt and never fully healed. What feels like an attack on your identity is often a collision with your shadow, the hidden emotional landscape shaped by past pain, rejection, and unmet needs. Their behavior may feel personal, but in truth, it is rarely about you. It is about what lives unresolved within them and what still echoes unresolved within you. Their cruelty is most often a projection of their own inner struggle. People who carry unhealed pain tend to offload it onto others because they lack the awareness or courage to face it within themselves. When someone belittles, manipulates, or disrespects you, They are often acting from fear, insecurity, or long-standing emotional wounds they have not dared to confront. What they accuse you of may reflect exactly what they cannot accept about themselves. Once you recognize this, you stop absorbing their words as truth and begin to see them as reflections of a broken inner world that has nothing to do with your real value. Your emotional reaction, however intense, is not proof of weakness. It is a message. When a toxic person triggers you deeply, it is because they have touched a familiar wound. Perhaps their tone mirrors a voice from your past that made you feel small, unworthy, or invisible. Perhaps their rejection stirs a long-standing fear of abandonment. Your body reacts before your mind can reason, revealing exactly where healing is still needed. This is how painful interactions become guides for spiritual awakening, showing you the hidden places inside that still seek compassion, safety, and self-validation. True self-respect does not come from trying to win against toxic people. It does not come from proving your worth, defending every accusation, or shrinking yourself to avoid conflict. It comes from the quiet realization that your value does not require permission from anyone who is emotionally blind. When you stop explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you, you begin to reclaim your dignity. When you stop internalizing their chaos, you break the old loop of self-doubt that once controlled your reactions. As your spirituality deepens, your responses shift. You no longer meet toxicity with explosive emotion or silent self-betrayal. Instead, you learn to pause, to observe what is being stirred inside you, and to respond from awareness rather than instinct. You begin to notice when your impulse to please, defend, or withdraw is rooted not in the present moment, but in old emotional survival patterns. This awareness creates space between stimulus and response, and within that space, self-respect is born. Boundaries become acts of self-honor rather than emotional weapons. You learn that walking away is not weakness, silence is not defeat, and distance is sometimes the most loving choice you can make for your own nervous system. You realize that you do not need to convince a toxic person of your worth, because your worth was never in debate. It was only your belief in it that was once shaken. In this way, toxic people no longer dominate your sense of self. They become mirrors, unintended teachers who reveal where your shadow still lives and where your light is now strong enough to heal it. Through awareness, restraint, and inner grounding, you stop reacting from wounded identity and start living from conscious self-respect. Your worth becomes something you carry within you, untouched by projections and anchored in a deeper understanding of who you truly are. 2. Self-respect begins with non-reaction. Self-respect begins the moment you learn to pause instead of reacting. Because in that brief space of stillness, something powerful happens and you quietly take back control of yourself. When you do not react immediately, you are no longer being pulled by someone else's emotional hook. And real self-respect is revealed not through fighting back, but through choosing consciousness over impulse. Mastery is born in the invisible space between emotion and action, where you decide whether your energy will be ruled by instinct or guided by awareness. Toxic people thrive on reaction because reaction gives them power, attention, and influence over your inner state. They expect your anger, your defense, your emotional turbulence, because that is how they confirm their importance in your world. But when you remain calm, when you do not rush to explain, argue, or prove yourself, you quietly shut down the entire mechanism they rely on. This is not avoidance, and it is not weakness. It is emotional self-leadership. You are no longer handing over control of your nervous system to someone who thrives on disturbance. Through spirituality and spiritual development, you begin to understand that true power is not loud or forceful. It is steady, grounded, and unshaken. Silence becomes strength when it is chosen consciously, not out of fear. Stillness becomes authority when it is rooted in self-worth. Each time you choose non-reaction, you reinforce your inner boundaries without needing to announce them, and you teach your nervous system what safety inside yourself truly feels like. When you stop reacting automatically, you start responding deliberately, and this shift changes the entire way you move through the world. Your emotions no longer run you. You begin to guide them. This is not suppression. It is sovereignty. You are no longer denying your feelings, but you are no longer enslaved by them either. You observe them, regulate them, and decide consciously what deserves expression and what does not. Toxic people often become unsettled by this shift, not because you confronted them, but because you detached your emotional investment. They feel the loss of access before they understand it. You did not raise your voice, but you raised your frequency. You did not set loud boundaries, but you embodied them. This is one of the quiet miracles of spiritual development. You evolve internally, and the outer dynamics simply reorganize themselves around your new center of gravity. As you continue this practice, you begin to recognize how often you once gave your power away without realizing it. How many times you allowed someone else to decide your mood, your tone, your self-image, and even your peace. Through conscious non-reaction, you reclaim authorship over your inner world. You stop outsourcing your emotional climate to unstable environments, and instead, you cultivate stability from within. This inner stability slowly becomes unshakable certainty. You feel less need to defend yourself. You lose the urgency to explain. You no longer seek validation from people who arrive carrying chaos. Self-respect becomes less of a concept and more of a lived state. It settles into your posture, your voice, your breathing, and your decisions. You speak differently because you no longer need to convince. You walk differently because you no longer need to chase. Eventually, you realize that reacting was never strength. It was conditioning. Pausing, however, is discipline. Awareness is refinement. And calm is not passivity. It is precision. Toxic people cannot manipulate what they cannot emotionally disturb, and they cannot disturb what no longer reacts. This is where your real power lives, in the breath before the answer, in the silence before the impulse, in the stillness that replaces the old reflex to justify, argue, or collapse. Every time you choose that pause, protect your energy as part of your spirituality, and govern your reactions as part of your spiritual development. You are not losing power. You are steadily reclaiming it. Comment below. I choose calm and self-respect. If you are ready to stop reacting and start protecting your inner peace. 3. Separate your identity from their attacks. Their words only wound you when you begin to identify with them. And this is the quiet truth that changes everything when you are dealing with toxic people. You are not their criticism, not their anger, not their frustrated interpretation of who they think you are. The moment you detach your ego from their judgment, their attacks lose their power because you stop feeding their words with your identity. Carl Jung taught that much of what people project onto others comes from their own unconscious wounds, fears, and unresolved shadows. And when you understand this, you stop taking their attacks personally. You start to see that what they say often reveals far more about their inner conflict than about your worth. As Jung's wisdom echoes through spiritual wisdom traditions, what truly harms you is not what is said, but what you believe about yourself in response to what is said. And the moment you refuse to merge your self-worth with their opinion, you remain whole even in the middle of their negativity. When you no longer identify with their words, something shifts inside you at a deep emotional and physical level. Your nervous system calms, your breath steadies, and your reactions soften, not because you become weak, but because you become anchored. You are no longer fighting for validation, and this inner stability is what truly unsettles toxic people, because they lose access to the emotional control they once had over you. Marcus Aurelius captured this truth when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. And this power comes alive the moment you realize that no one can define you without your consent." Respecting yourself in front of toxic people is not about arguing, defending, or proving anything. It is about standing quietly in the knowing of who you are and allowing their words to fall away without embedding themselves in your identity. The deeper your spiritual awakening becomes, the clearer you see that peace is not found in changing others, but in mastering your inner response to them. This is where Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom meet at their deepest point, because individuation, becoming your true self, requires that you pull your identity back from every label, insult, or projection that was never yours to carry. When you stop accepting emotional burdens that do not belong to you, you become emotionally untouchable. Not because you feel nothing, but because you are no longer controlled by what comes from outside. You remain intact in your silence, steady in your presence, and grounded in your truth. The more you practice this inner separation, the more your self-respect grows naturally, and the less power toxic people have over your emotions, your choices, and your sense of self, because your identity is no longer built on their approval, their moods, or their judgments. 4. Do not mirror toxicity. Responding with the same energy as a toxic person may feel like strength in the moment, but in truth, it traps you in a shadow-to-shadow battle where no one truly wins. When you mirror their aggression, their manipulation, or their emotional chaos, you are no longer acting from clarity. You are reacting from the very darkness they live in. This is why refusing to mirror their behavior is not weakness at all, but a profound spiritual act of power. It is the moment you step out of unconscious reaction and into conscious self-direction. Calm, clarity, and dignity do more to dismantle toxicity than any argument ever could, because toxic dynamics only survive when both sides continue to feed the loop. When you choose calm instead of retaliation, something subtle but powerful happens. You disrupt the pattern the toxic person depends on. They expect emotional feedback, anger, defensiveness, fear, or desperation, because that is the fuel they use to control the situation. The moment you withhold that fuel, the fire begins to die on its own. Your calm becomes a silent boundary, a signal that you are no longer available for manipulation. In the language of Carl Jung, this is the moment you refuse to be possessed by the shadow. Instead of letting your unconscious wounds take over, you remain anchored in awareness. This is where spirituality stops being a concept and starts becoming a lived experience. And this is also where spiritual awakening quietly deepens, not through confrontation, but through self-mastery. Clarity follows naturally when you stop reacting emotionally. You begin to see the situation for what it truly is, not through the fog of anger or hurt, but through grounded perception. You recognize that toxic behavior is not about you. It is an expression of the other person's unresolved inner conflict. When you no longer personalize their actions, you no longer feel the urge to defend your worth through emotional battles. Instead, you protect your energy by staying clear. This clarity dissolves confusion, weakens manipulation, and restores your inner authority. You are no longer pulled into proving yourself. You simply stand in your truth, and that alone changes the entire dynamic. Dignity is the final piece that causes the toxic loop to collapse. Dignity means you do not lower yourself to meet someone in their chaos. It means you speak when necessary, remain silent when appropriate, and walk away when the situation demands it all without hatred, fear, or the need for revenge. Dignity is quiet, but it is unstoppable. When you maintain your dignity, you communicate something stronger than any insult or comeback ever could. You show that your self-respect is not negotiable. In that moment, the power dynamic shifts completely. The toxic person loses leverage because their greatest weapon, your emotional reaction, no longer works. In this way, refusing to mirror toxicity becomes an act of deep psychological and spiritual intelligence. You are no longer fighting the person in front of you. You are freeing the self within you. Each time you choose calm over chaos, clarity over confusion, and dignity over degradation, you are training your nervous system to recognize safety in self-control rather than in emotional survival. This is how true self-respect is built, not by winning arguments, but by refusing to participate in cycles that diminish your spirit. And this is the hidden power behind spiritual awakening. The realization that your peace is more valuable than your pride, that your awareness is stronger than their dysfunction, and that the greatest victory is not domination, but liberation. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on protecting your energy, mastering self-respect, and rising above toxic behavior. 5. Boundaries are an act of self-love. Boundaries are an act of self-love. And when you stand in front of toxic people, this truth becomes a form of spiritual clarity, because setting boundaries is never a punishment. It is protecting your soul, preserving your wholeness, and reminding yourself that you do not need to explain, defend, or justify what keeps you emotionally safe. A boundary is simply a line that separates what nourishes your spirit from what drains it. And this is where spirituality and spiritual development become practical. Because real growth is not just about being kind. It is about being clear, firm, and rooted in self-respect. Toxic people thrive in environments where you over-explain, over-give, and silently tolerate disrespect. So when you begin to hold your ground, they may test you, not because you are wrong, but because your new strength threatens their old control. Yet true boundaries do not need aggression or anger. They need steadiness. They need the courage to say no without guilt, to step back without apology, and to protect your energy without fear of judgment. Every time you choose silence instead of reacting, space instead of arguing, or calm instead of chaos, you interrupt the cycle that toxic people rely on because they feed on confusion and emotional instability. Boundaries bring both of those to an end. At first, this shift feels uncomfortable, especially if you were raised to please others or avoid conflict. But discomfort is simply the growing pain of becoming whole. Your voice becomes firmer, your posture becomes stronger, your presence becomes sharper, even your silence gains weight. Toxic people sense this before they understand it, and that is why they resist. Not because you are doing something wrong, but because you are no longer someone they can manipulate. This is the moment Carl Jung's teachings reveal themselves in your daily life, because he believed that what you allow from others often reflects what you have yet to heal within yourself. So when you set a boundary, you are not just protecting your outer life, you are integrating your inner world, especially the shadow that once feared rejection, abandonment, and disapproval. The deeper your spiritual development grows, the more you realize that love without limits becomes self-betrayal, and limits without hatred become self-mastery. Boundaries teach you that forgiveness does not mean returning to harm. Kindness does not mean allowing disrespect. And peace does not require silence in the face of mistreatment. Some people will be upset with your boundaries, not because you are unkind, but because they were benefiting from your lack of them. That is why the journey feels lonely at times. But loneliness is often a sign that you are leaving the wrong places, not losing the right people. With each boundary you set, your nervous system relaxes, your clarity increases, and your emotional energy becomes protected rather than scattered. You stop asking, "What will they think of me?" and begin asking, "What do I think of myself when I allow this?" And that question becomes your compass for every relationship in your life. The message that remains is simple but transformative. Self-respect is not measured by how much you endure, but by how intentionally you choose. Your energy is sacred and deserves protection. Distance can be an act of love. Silence can be a form of strength. And every boundary you honor is a step toward healing, power, and authentic spiritual development. 6. Conscious silence is supreme strength. Conscious silence is not weakness. It is complete psychological control. Because the moment you no longer feel the need to defend yourself, explain your choices, or prove your worth, the toxic person instantly loses access to your energy. And this is where true self-respect quietly begins. Toxic people survive on reaction, on emotional chaos, on pulling others into endless conflict where they can dominate the narrative and drain your strength. But when you meet them with calm awareness instead of emotional resistance, you shut down the very system that feeds their behavior without ever raising your voice. In that silence, you are not shrinking. You are standing so firmly in your identity that their words can no longer reach your core. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that what remains unconscious controls us, but what becomes conscious sets us free. And conscious silence is exactly that moment when you refuse to act from old wounds, old triggers, and unconscious reactivity. You are no longer trying to be understood by someone who benefits from misunderstanding you. And this is where your power quietly returns to you. Marcus Aurelius captured this truth when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." And that strength becomes visible the moment you stop explaining your boundaries to people who are committed to crossing them. You begin to understand that you do not owe emotional access to those who misuse your trust. And you do not owe clarity to those who distort everything you say. Silence at this level is not avoidance. It is mastery, because avoidance is still fear, while mastery is standing in complete inner control without needing to prove anything to anyone. Toxic people seek endless conversations, endless justifications, and endless emotional battles where you slowly give your authority away. But conscious silence sends a message stronger than any argument ever could. You no longer define my reactions, my mood, or my worth. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." And that consent is most often given through reaction, not through words. When you remove your emotional response, you remove their leverage. Through the lens of Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom, this silence is where individuation begins to solidify, because you stop performing for approval and start living from internal authority. You no longer speak from the wounded child seeking validation, but from the grounded adult who chooses peace over ego. When you reach this level of emotional sovereignty, toxic people begin to feel uncomfortable around you, because they can no longer manipulate your nervous system, provoke your insecurities, or program your emotions. Your calm becomes a mirror that reflects their own instability back to them. And this is why silence unsettles those who thrive on chaos. Silence is not passive. It is deliberate restraint. It is choosing not to bleed your truth in rooms where it will only be used against you. And it is choosing not to argue with people who gain power from misunderstanding you. Your peace becomes more valuable than being right, and your energy becomes more sacred than being validated. As this practice deepens, your confidence no longer depends on being heard. Your identity no longer depends on being approved. And your worth no longer depends on being defended. You begin to move differently, speak less, observe more, and act with quiet authority rather than emotional urgency. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you're ready to practice conscious silence and reclaim your inner strength, type in the comments, "I choose calm over chaos." 7. Self-respect is built through small daily choices. Self-respect is never built in dramatic scenes or loud moments of victory. It grows quietly through the small, ordinary choices you make when no one is watching. Every time you pause instead of reacting, walk away instead of arguing, choose peace over validation, and protect your identity instead of your ego, you are strengthening the inner structure that holds your life together. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth becomes clear when you face toxic people. They do not destroy you with one big event. They drain you through a series of temptations to react, to defend, to prove, to explain. Yet your power grows each time you resist the pull toward chaos. Pausing instead of reacting is one of the simplest yet most transformative acts of self-respect. Toxic people thrive on emotional explosions because your reaction gives them fuel, attention, and the illusion of control. When you pause, you reclaim your nervous system from their influence. You teach your body that you no longer dance to someone else's emotional rhythm. This pause becomes a doorway into deeper spirituality because silence allows you to see the truth beneath the surface. Not everything deserves your energy. Not everyone has earned a reaction. And not every situation requires you to abandon your inner peace. In that stillness, your spiritual awakening begins not with mystical visions, but with the simple realization that you can remain centered even when someone tries to pull you off balance. Walking away instead of arguing is not weakness, it is wisdom. Arguments with toxic people are never about finding clarity or solving problems. They are about creating confusion, shifting blame, or dragging you into emotional mud. When you walk away, you do not lose. You simply refuse to participate in a game designed to exhaust you. You choose dignity over chaos, and this act of leaving becomes a statement about who you are becoming. It shows that your time is valuable, your peace is sacred, and your emotional energy is not available for people who twist your words to feed their ego. Walking away strengthens your identity because it teaches you that self-respect is not proved through battle, but preserved through boundaries. Choosing peace over validation is another profound act of inner liberation. Toxic people often try to control you by keeping you desperate for their approval. They want you explaining yourself, defending your intentions, or proving your worth. But when you choose peace, you stop looking to broken people for confirmation of your value. You no longer seek reassurance from those who benefit from misunderstanding you. This is the moment you step into the spiritual maturity Carl Jung described, where your sense of self comes from within, not from unstable opinions. Peace becomes your compass, not validation, and you begin to move through life with a quiet strength that does not beg to be seen. Protecting your identity instead of your ego is where true transformation begins. Ego reacts. Identity remains rooted. Ego seeks to win. Identity seeks to stay aligned with truth. Ego wants to dominate. Identity wants to stay authentic. When toxic people try to provoke you, it is often your ego that wants to respond, defend, or retaliate. But your identity, your soul, your essence, understands that not every battle is meant to be fought. Choosing identity over ego is a spiritual discipline because it forces you to ask, who am I being right now? Instead of shrinking to match someone's dysfunction, you rise to match your own values. Through these daily, subtle choices, self-respect becomes a living practice. You change not by force, but by intention, not by fighting toxicity, but by refusing to let it shape your behavior. And as these choices accumulate, something irreversible happens inside you. Your boundaries become stronger, your reactions become calmer, and your presence becomes more grounded. What once triggered you no longer touches you. What once controlled you can no longer reach you. And this is the quiet, powerful sign of a true spiritual awakening when you finally realize that self-respect was never about controlling others, but about mastering yourself. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. In the end, respecting yourself in front of toxic people is not about winning arguments or proving your worth. It's about knowing your value so deeply that no one can shake it. As Carl Jung reminds us, when you become conscious of who you truly are, you stop allowing others to define you or drain your energy. Choose boundaries over guilt, silence over chaos, and dignity over emotional battles. If this message resonated with you, please like the video, share it with someone who may need this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more deep insights into self-growth and inner strength. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos. Carl Jung reveals, you are a living karma. People regret how they treated you. As Carl Jung once said, I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. Think about that for a moment. Every action, every choice, every way someone treats you becomes part of a greater story of karma. Life has a mysterious way of balancing itself, and one day people may regret how they treated you. But instead of waiting for that day, the real power lies in how you choose to rise, to transform, and to live with wisdom. So as you listen today, ask yourself, how can I apply these principles of spiritual wisdom to grow, to heal, and to step fully into my happiness? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your voice might be the spark someone else needs. 1. People regret mistreating you. When people mistreat you and later regret it, it is never just about emotions or broken relationships. It runs much deeper. Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And your presence forces people to face that unconscious truth. As a chosen one, you embody a rare form of spirituality that unsettles those who are not ready for growth. Your energy works like a mirror, reflecting their hidden fears, their insecurities, and their unresolved shadows. Some resist that reflection, refusing accountability, rejecting development, and mocking the very light that was sent to bless them. But the moment you step away, the absence of your spiritual presence shifts the balance of their lives. What once brought them peace, healing, and wisdom is gone, and they are left to wrestle with the consequences of their actions. You carry a divine light that not only guides your own path, but also illuminates the darkness in others. When people betray, deceive, or dismiss you, they are not simply harming you. They are rejecting the higher frequency of spirituality you brought into their lives. And the universe, which always seeks balance, responds with precision. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be." Those who choose manipulation, envy, or deceit align themselves with negativity, and karma begins its work. When you leave, you take your sacred energy with you, and suddenly they notice opportunities fading, relationships collapsing, and inner peace replaced by chaos. At first, Denial blinds them. Pride convinces them they are unaffected. Yet time has a way of revealing truth, and gradually they realize that life was smoother, lighter, and fuller when you were near. Regret becomes their silent companion. They watch you from a distance, hoping you have stumbled, but instead they see you thriving, rising higher, and walking in alignment with your destiny. That success becomes their unspoken punishment, not because you sought revenge, but because the universe restores balance. As written in Galatians chapter 6, verse 7, "Do not be deceived, God is not mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Your elevation becomes living proof that spiritual development always triumphs over betrayal and dishonor. Every new level you reach takes you into a frequency that cannot be accessed by those who mistreated you unless they choose humility, healing, and self-awareness. But not everyone is prepared for that path. Healing demands courage, and many would rather linger in regret than confront their shadows. That is why they remain as spectators, observing your growth while chained by their own choices. Yet their regret is not your responsibility. You are not here to soothe their conscience or carry their lessons. You are here to grow, to embody greatness, and to fulfill the divine plan over your life. No betrayal can block what has been written for you. So let them watch and let them wonder, but never let their regret hold you back. Your presence is rare, your energy is sacred, and your journey is designed to elevate you beyond the reach of those who once underestimated you. Each step forward is proof that your spiritual development cannot be hindered by the past. Continue to rise, continue to trust the balance of karma, and remember that your destiny is unfolding exactly as it should. Are you ready to step into your power and let the universe handle the rest? If so, comment below. I rise above to affirm your strength and embrace your journey forward. 2. Chosen ones are living karma. You were never just another person in people's lives. You were the catalyst, the mirror, and the consequence. When people crossed paths with you, their true nature was revealed. Some received blessings beyond measure because they honored your light, while others were confronted with the collapse of the illusions they had carefully built. As you stepped into your spiritual awakening, your presence exposed intentions, revealed deception, and carried the weight of truth that could not be denied. Many who once underestimated or mistreated you now live with regret, realizing too late that you were divine energy walking among them. When they betrayed you, manipulated you, or tried to discard you, they unknowingly signed a karmic contract with themselves. The way they treated you was never really about you. It was a reflection of their inner wounds, their unresolved battles, and their lack of alignment with truth. You were not just a person to be used or played with. You were a force of truth, and truth always carries consequences. Now, they sit in silence, replaying the memories, haunted by what they lost and by the realization that they cannot undo the damage they created. Your energy has always been pure, and purity cannot exist with deception. When you enter someone's life, your light shines so brightly that it illuminates the shadows they tried to hide. This is why many felt discomfort around you. It was not you they resisted, but the truth your presence awakened within them. Some chose to embrace that light, using it as a chance to grow and transform, while others clung to their lies, resisting change, only to learn that karma is patient. The more they resisted, the harsher the lessons became, until life itself forced them to face the truth they tried to escape. Every soul that crossed your path faced a choice: to align with truth or to be consumed by their own falsehoods. Those who chose truth experienced blessings, clarity, and spiritual growth because your energy elevated them. Those who operated in deceit, jealousy, or manipulation found their worlds crumbling, not because you wished them harm, but because lies cannot withstand the weight of divine presence. When they mistreated someone carrying spiritual wisdom, they set in motion the collapse of their own foundations, and what they built on falsehoods could not endure. Even if you cannot always see it, the regret is there. They watch from a distance, seeing your growth, hearing of your success, and feeling the loss of what they once took for granted. Some will try to return, desperate to repair what they shattered, while others remain silent, unable to face the truth of their actions. Their karma, however, is not your burden to carry. Your only duty is to continue rising, to walk boldly in your spiritual power, and to let your light shine without apology. You are living proof that spirituality is not just an idea, but a force that awakens, transforms, and restores balance. You are a mirror of truth, and through you, others are forced to see who they really are. Comment below, "I am a mirror of truth," if you embrace your power to reveal and transform. Let your presence be the force that awakens those around you. 3. You are both a blessing and a warning. You are both a blessing and a warning, a mirror that reveals what others try to hide within themselves. For those ready to evolve, your presence is a light that guides them toward transformation. But for those who resist change, you awaken shadows they would rather ignore. Some respond with gratitude, while others react with jealousy, resentment, or even betrayal. Yet the truth remains, no one meets you and stays the same. As Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." You embody this very truth, and through you, people are forced to confront what lies deep within. Those who lied to you, betrayed you, or abandoned you once believed their actions would carry no consequence. But life has a way of restoring balance with precision. What they thought was weakness in you has become their greatest lesson, because losing you was never just an accident. It was karma unfolding, a divine test they failed. Even those who pretend not to care cannot silence the weight of your memory. In quiet moments, they replay conversations, revisit choices, and wish they could go back. You were not just another person in their story. You were the awakening they were not ready for, a reminder of what they could have gained had they chosen growth instead of fear. The pain they caused was meant to break you, but instead, it became the catalyst for your transformation. Their betrayal carved the path for your strength. Their rejection ignited your wisdom, and their absence opened the space for you to align with your higher purpose. As you rose into this strength, you no longer sought validation from those who could not see your worth. You began to embody your truth with confidence, walking forward not as someone wounded, but as someone reborn. And now they watch you thrive, realizing too late that they were given a rare opportunity to grow beside you. But instead, they resisted the very light that could have elevated them. Their regret is not only about losing you, it is about knowing they turned away from a divine chance to evolve. You are not here to be mistreated or undervalued. You are here to embody intelligence, spiritual wisdom, to awaken those who are ready and to expose those who are not. When people betray or reject you, it is never a reflection of your worth. It is a reflection of their own limitations. Karma ensures balance, not out of revenge, but to remind every soul that choices carry consequences. As Rumi once wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." Your wounds became the gateway to your awakening, and your scars became the map of your strength. You are not chasing love, respect, or recognition. You are attracting them naturally by living your truth. And as you walk forward, you remind the world that your journey is not only about you, but about awakening everyone who crosses your path. 4. You are a reflection and a test. You were never just another person walking through life. You were always a mirror, a reflection of truth that others could not ignore. Simply by being yourself, you revealed the hidden nature of those around you. Some felt uplifted and inspired in your presence because your light awakened the part of them that longed for growth. Others, confronted by their own shadows, rejected you, mistreated you, or even betrayed you. Their treatment of you was never about your worth. It was always a reflection of their own inner struggles. As Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. In this sense, you are living karma, a reminder that no one can escape the energy they release into the world. Your energy works like a spiritual mirror, exposing what lies beneath the surface. Those who are honest and aligned with growth recognize you as a blessing. They see in you wisdom, resilience, and authenticity, and they are drawn closer to their own truth through your presence. But those who live in dishonesty and illusion feel threatened by you. Your light unsettles them, reminding them of their own shortcomings. And instead of confronting themselves, they project their discomfort onto you. They may belittle you, disrespect you, or try to dim your presence, but none of this defines you. Their actions are only proof of their own fear and insecurity. This is why some people feel peace around you, while others carry resentment. Those who cherish you are walking in alignment with truth. They feel your energy as guidance. Those who resist you are clinging to falsehood, unable to face what your presence reveals. In modern life, you can see this clearly in relationships, workplaces, and friendships. Genuine souls will honor you, while insecure ones will compete, gossip, or try to undermine you. But their reactions are not yours to carry. You are not meant to shrink yourself to ease their discomfort. The universe balances everything, and the law of karma never fails. When people mistreat you, they set the stage for their own lessons. Life has a way of circling back, showing them the cost of their choices. You don't need to seek revenge or prove anything. The same people who overlooked or betrayed you will one day regret it, not because you wish for it, but because they will feel the emptiness of losing your energy. Your presence is not replaceable, and its absence becomes a silent teacher. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand apart as a beacon of truth. Being chosen comes with challenges, isolation, misunderstanding, and betrayal. Yet it also comes with divine protection. Every difficulty strengthens your spirit and deepens your wisdom. Your task is not to fight battles already taken care of by the universe, but to keep shining, keep walking, and trust the path unfolding before you. Those meant to journey with you will find you, and those who cannot handle your light will remove themselves. Your presence alone is enough. You are living karma, a reflection of truth, and proof that no one escapes the energy they put into the world. If this message resonates with you, comment below, "I am a mirror," to embrace your true reflection and attract clarity into your life. 5. You trigger change in people. There is a power within you that you may not even recognize, yet others feel it the moment they are in your presence. Carl Jung reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this is exactly why your energy unsettles people. You are not trying to intimidate or expose them, but your very being becomes a mirror reflecting the parts of themselves they work so hard to hide. Your presence draws out their shadows, their unspoken guilt, their buried insecurities, and that is why some people feel nervous, restless, or even threatened around you. Gloria Steinem's words capture this perfectly. The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you uncomfortable. You are that uncomfortable truth, a living reminder of what they are avoiding within themselves. Because of this, some may distance themselves or even mistreat you, not because you are in the wrong, but because your light reveals what they cannot bear to face. They may mock you, betray you, or dismiss your kindness, but every action is just a reflection of their inner conflict. Yet life is always ruled by balance, and spiritual wisdom teaches us that energy will always return to its source. The love you give, the patience you show, the light you carry, all of it will come back multiplied. And the pain, dishonesty, or cruelty directed towards you will also circle back, not through your revenge, but through the natural laws of karma. In time, those who underestimated you will see their actions clearly, and regret will rise in their hearts. By then, you will already be beyond their reach, elevated into a higher state of spiritual development, where their opinions no longer matter. Gandhi once said, "First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win." And your life is proof of this timeless truth. You don't need to fight back or prove your worth. Your growth is your victory. Your transformation is your answer, and your success is your karma. Without any effort to harm them, those who mistreated you will face the very lessons they tried to avoid. Life will orchestrate moments that mirror their behavior, and when that time comes, they will remember how they treated you. But their regret is not a weight for you to carry. It belongs to them. Your only responsibility is to keep walking your path, to keep shining, and to keep rising higher in your divine purpose. As another wise saying goes, when you are truly powerful, you do not need to harm others. Your energy alone rearranges the universe, so never shrink to make others feel comfortable. Never dim your light for spaces that were never designed to hold it. You are not here to fit in. You are here to shift energies, to awaken truth, and to embody transformation. Spirituality is not about pleasing everyone. It is about living as proof that light always overcomes shadow. Those who mistreated you will eventually look back with regret, but by then, you will already be walking in your destiny, radiant and untouchable. Your life itself is a lesson in spiritual wisdom, and your energy is the undeniable reminder that the universe always brings balance. If this message resonates with you, affirm your power in the comments. My energy transforms everything around me. I embrace my divine presence and limitless potential. 6. You disrupt illusions. You disrupt illusions simply by existing, because your very energy carries a force that unsettles those who hide behind deception. You do not need to expose lies with effort, for your essence itself reflects truth. When you enter a room, facades begin to crumble, not because you attack them, but because authenticity naturally dissolves what is false. Those who resist change feel uncomfortable in your presence, and instead of admitting that your light reveals their shadows, they project blame onto you. They see you as the cause of their unease, when in reality, you are the mirror reflecting what they do not wish to face. For some, you embody living karma. You do not wish harm upon anyone, but your spiritual awakening acts as a constant reminder of the integrity and courage they lack. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In the same way, your presence forces others to confront what they hide. And when they are not ready, they turn to criticism, rejection, or attempts to dim your light. They do not realize that their discomfort is not about you, but about their resistance to transformation. Deep down, they know your very being urges them to evolve, yet they remain in the battle they are unwilling to fight. You have been underestimated many times. Your kindness was mistaken for weakness, your silence for ignorance. People thought they could take advantage of your generosity, only to later feel the emptiness when you withdrew. Regret then begins to haunt them, for they remember dismissing you, rejecting your wisdom, or trying to wound your spirit, only to discover they are stuck in cycles you broke free from long ago. While they remain bound by illusions, you rise higher, embrace peace, and transform pain into strength. As Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And you chose growth. Your journey was never about revenge or proving yourself. You never needed validation from those who could not see your worth. Every betrayal and every rejection became a divine test, shaping you into someone unshakable. You walked through the fire, not to be destroyed by it, but to emerge purified and resilient. That is the essence of intelligent spiritual wisdom. It is not merely seeing the truth, but embodying it with every step. Never dim your light to make others comfortable. Those meant for you will recognize and honor your truth, while those who resist will only reveal their own nature. You are not here to please. You are here to awaken, to inspire, and to heal. When people regret how they treated you, it is not your burden to carry, for that lesson belongs to them. Your presence alone is a catalyst for transformation. And though not everyone can handle it, those who are destined will be drawn to your light. Keep walking in alignment, for your path is sacred, and your awakening is the proof that truth cannot be silenced. If you're ready to break free from illusions and embrace the truth, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's awaken together. 7. Your silence is powerful. Those who once mistreated you, belittled you, or tried to manipulate your spirit will eventually face the undeniable truth that they were wrong about you, because your silence was never weakness, but a force they could not comprehend. They thrived on your reactions, feeding off your anger, your explanations, your attempts to defend yourself, and they believed their control depended on how deeply they could pull you into their chaos. But when you chose to master yourself, when you stopped responding and refused to engage, everything they built crumbled. Silence stripped away their illusions, and expose the emptiness of their power. Suddenly, their words echoed back to them. Their manipulation turned into noise they could no longer escape, and the darkness they tried to project outward forced them to confront itself. There is profound spiritual wisdom in this choice. Silence is not surrender. It is elevation. It is the act of rising above the battlefield and refusing to wrestle in the mud with those who crave your energy. As the saying goes, never wrestle with pigs. You both get dirty, but only the pig enjoys it. By walking away, you shift the power dynamic, because the moment you remove yourself, they lose access to your light, your patience, and your sacred energy. In modern life, whether in relationships, workplaces, or friendships, this truth repeats itself when you stop explaining, stop defending, and simply move forward. You reclaim your peace and declare that your energy is too valuable to be wasted on chaos. Those who wronged you are left to sit in the misery they once tried to inflict upon you. Without your kindness, without your presence, without your light, their world feels hollow and regret takes root. And here lies the divine truth. You are their karma, not by seeking revenge, not by lowering yourself to their level, but simply by continuing to live in alignment with your truth. Your growth, your success, your serenity become proof that their attempts to break you only made you stronger. This is the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening. To rise above manipulation, to transform pain into power, and to let your very existence be the mirror that reflects their mistakes back to them. Every step you take in silence, every moment you choose peace over reaction, becomes a declaration that your soul cannot be controlled. They may regret how they treated you, but by the time they awaken to your worth, you will already have ascended beyond their reach. Your silence is power, your energy is sacred, and your elevation is the greatest response of all. Stay connected with our community of wisdom by subscribing to our channel. Here, we uncover the truth about energy, manipulation, and self-mastery, empowering you to rise above negativity. Remember, your peace is your power. Choose silence, walk away, and let them face their own darkness. 8. You were sent to stand out, not fit in. You were never meant to blend into the background, because the universe designed you to stand out. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And your true self carries an energy that cannot be hidden. Without forcing, without demanding, your very presence shifts the atmosphere. People feel something stir inside them when they meet you, even if they cannot name it. Some are inspired, awakened to their own journey of self-discovery, while others feel exposed because your light uncovers the shadows they have been trying to bury. This is why you have known betrayal, rejection, and resistance, not as proof of weakness, but as evidence of the deep truths your spirit reveals to those who come close. Your energy does not attract attention because you seek it, but because your soul vibrates at a frequency that demands change. No one can stay stagnant around you. They are either inspired to rise higher, or their hidden nature surfaces, showing who they really are. That is why you may have been dismissed, disrespected, or taken for granted in past relationships. Those who mistreated you failed to recognize that they had been given the rare opportunity to walk beside someone carrying intelligence, spiritual wisdom, and a soul awakened to its divine essence. Now, as you grow stronger, they carry the weight of regret, realizing too late that your presence was not just company, it was transformation. You do not need to chase revenge or force people to regret how they treated you, because your life itself is karma in motion. The universe balances what you cannot. The lessons you left in the lives of others echo long after you have moved forward. Some will one day realize they stood in the presence of someone extraordinary, someone whose light was a gift. But by the time that revelation arrives, you will already have stepped into a greater version of yourself, rising higher, walking with clarity, and aligned with your divine calling. Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. You were the mirror that forced them to see what they tried to hide, and now their fate is to live with the truth they once denied. To be chosen is to embrace the solitude that sometimes comes with the path. It means accepting that not everyone is meant to stand beside you. Some drift away, not because you are unworthy, but because they are unready for the transformation your presence demands. Do not dim your light to ease their discomfort. You were born to awaken, to heal, and to inspire. The universe has placed you exactly where you need to be, surrounded by those who are ready to rise with you, while others fall away by the natural law of growth. Every rejection, every betrayal, and every ounce of regret others carry is simply part of the design that pushes you closer to your destiny. Stay unwavering, because your journey is unfolding with divine precision. Let people remember you, regret losing you, and learn from the absence of your energy. You were never created to fit in. You were created to stand out as a living reminder that light cannot be hidden. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, the intelligence of spiritual wisdom, and the sacred truth of walking as your authentic self. 9. Solitude was part of your journey. There were moments when solitude pressed against your heart like an unbearable weight, when the people you trusted turned their backs, and relationships that once felt unshakable suddenly fell apart. Yet that solitude was never a curse. It was a blessing in disguise, a divine stage of preparation. The universe was not abandoning you, but refining you, sharpening your vision, deepening your intuition, and strengthening your inner power so you could carry the kind of wisdom that cannot be taught by comfort. In the stillness of those lonely hours, you found clarity to see through deception, resilience to rise from betrayal, and courage to continue even when no one else stood beside you. As Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you, and every wound you carried became the opening through which your light poured. Once, you were dismissed, underestimated, and even mocked. Your kindness was misread as weakness, your loyalty taken for granted. But now those same people watch from afar, filled with regret. They sense the shift in your energy, the undeniable presence you carry, the aura of wisdom and strength that demands respect. You have become divinely set apart, and in losing you, they lost a blessing they never understood. Their regret is their karma, the return of their own choices, the echo of every moment they failed to honor what was sacred. You never needed revenge because your transformation itself became the answer. The universe worked on your behalf, and your thriving became the most powerful response to betrayal. As Carl Jung revealed, until people make the unconscious conscious, it directs their lives, and they call it fate. Those who wronged you now confront the consequences of their unconscious actions, seeing clearly only after you have risen beyond them. Your existence, your success, your healing, these speak louder than any words of retaliation could. The law of energy is simple. What we give is what we receive, and their own choices have returned to them. You are no longer the person they once knew. You have elevated, healed, and embraced your spiritual power. Spirituality and spiritual development have transformed you into someone aligned with a greater destiny, one that surpasses the imagination of those who doubted you. Your solitude was not abandonment, but sacred preparation, a divine pause to reconnect you with your higher calling. It was never about who left or who stayed. It was about awakening the light within you that no one could take away. Do not dwell on the past or waste your energy on those who failed to see your worth. Walk boldly into your destiny, trusting that divine timing has always been on your side. Your life now stands as living proof that pain can transform into wisdom, betrayal into strength, and solitude into awakening. And as those who once underestimated you look on with regret, they will finally understand you were never just another person in their story. You were the lesson their soul had to learn. If this message resonates with you, comment, "I am grateful for my transformation," to affirm your journey. Your solitude was never abandonment. It was preparation. 10. Your energy is unstoppable. Your energy is unstoppable, carrying a frequency that no manipulation or attack could ever suppress. Because what sustains you is not external, but deeply spiritual, a force that no human hand can take away. Many mistook your humility for weakness and your kindness for naivety, believing they had control over your destiny. Yet you were always aware, always discerning, sensing the betrayals before they unfolded, and choosing not to fall into the trap of proving them wrong, but to remain faithful to proving yourself right. Now, as you rise into your true power, those who once sought to diminish your light are forced to watch from the shadows, unable to ignore the brilliance of your transformation, because spiritual awakening does not shrink under pressure. It expands, it elevates, it transforms, and you, the chosen one, are the very embodiment of transformation. Every hardship you endured was not wasted, but woven into the fabric of your becoming. Every tear, sleepless night, and lonely silence became a sacred initiation, not punishment, but preparation. For the path of a chosen soul was never meant to be easy. Betrayal taught you discernment. Loss carved resilience into your spirit. Solitude gave you unshakable faith in yourself and in the divine order guiding your steps. Looking back, the once insurmountable obstacles now reveal themselves as stepping stones, shaping your strength, awakening your spirit, and proving that what once looked like suffering was in truth the refining fire of destiny. Those who laughed at your pain now stand silenced by your triumph, burdened by regret as they realize you were never a victim, but a vessel of greatness they could not comprehend. The world has long conditioned people to stay small, to settle for mediocrity, to fear the unknown. But your very essence refuses to be confined by such limits. You are not here to blend in. You are here to disrupt illusions, to shift realities, to break generational cycles, to awaken others from the sleep of conformity. Your presence alone challenges the false comfort of the ordinary, and that is why your path was heavy, because the energy you carry is powerful enough to stir the very fabric of existence. And now, as you rise beyond every limitation, those who doubted you are confronted by the undeniable truth of your transformation, witnessing divine justice unfold in real time, forced to face that their mistreatment was never hidden from the universe. You are the living proof that spiritual power transcends all boundaries, the embodiment of karma itself, reminding the world that every word, every action, every intention leaves an imprint. Those who once dismissed your vision now long to understand the secret of your radiance, yet they cannot, because the energy you embody cannot be duplicated. It is divine, it is rare, it is yours alone. While they wrestle with regret, you move forward untouched, unstoppable, aligned fully with your higher calling. You are the karma they never foresaw, the lesson they never wanted to learn, the truth they cannot escape. You stand tall in your authenticity, walking in a light that was never meant to be hidden, carrying a power the world has yet to see in full. And when it does, they will know they never had the power to break you, for you were always destined to rise. If this message has awakened something deep within you, affirm your power in the comments. I am unstoppable. Every challenge has made me stronger. I am here to transform reality. If this message resonated with your soul today, know that your presence carries a powerful karmic signature, and the way people treat you will reveal more about their journey than yours. You are not here to prove your worth. You are here to embody it. If you felt seen, inspired, or awakened in any way, please don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs this message, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that guides your spiritual awakening and personal growth. And don't forget to tap the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth, healing, and higher consciousness. Until next time, walk boldly in your worth. Carl Jung. To see someone's true character, pay attention to just two things. The best index to a person's character is how he treats people who can't do him any good, and how he treats people who can't fight back. These words, by Abigail Van Buren, echo Carl Jung's profound insights into human behavior. And today, we're diving deep into the two hidden signals that silently reveal someone's true essence. In a world filled with masks and personas, what if you could see right through them? What if your spiritual awakening depended not just on self-reflection, but on understanding others? Let us know in the comments, have you ever sensed someone's true nature just by observing how they treated the vulnerable or powerless? Your experiences might help someone else awaken too. 1. How they treat people who can't benefit them. They say character is revealed not when things are easy, but when life asks you to keep your word in the face of inconvenience. That's why Carl Jung's insight, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do," still holds weight in a world full of noise and empty declarations. True integrity isn't demonstrated in grand gestures or motivational speeches. It shows up in the small things, like showing up on time, following through on what you promised, and doing what's right even when no one is watching. These everyday moments are the real markers of a man's spiritual maturity. They are spiritual tests in disguise that ask, do your actions align with your values, or do you abandon your word when it no longer serves your comfort? In today's fast-paced, results-driven world, it's easy to rationalize a broken promise. I got busy. Things changed. Or worse, radio silence. But every time you walk away from a commitment without accountability, you're not just disappointing someone else. You're weakening your relationship with yourself. A man who is spiritually awake doesn't hide behind excuses. He meets failure with honesty. He doesn't run from the discomfort of truth. Why? Because integrity isn't about perfection. It's about owning your impact and repairing it with grace. Keeping your word, especially when it's inconvenient, is a mirror of your internal order. It reflects a spiritual alignment, a self-discipline that comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for. Let's bring this down to earth. Think of the guy who promises his kid he'll be at the soccer game, but lets work take over again. Or the friend who says, "Let's catch up soon," but never makes the call. These may seem harmless, but over time, they chip away at trust. Now flip it. A man who shows up, even when tired, who follows through, even when there's nothing to gain, he becomes someone others can lean on. That reliability isn't just a social virtue. It's the result of spiritual grounding. It means your values aren't just concepts, they're lived. They're embodied in your calendar, your tone of voice, and the way you show up in the world. So here's the challenge. The next time you make a promise, pause. Ask yourself, am I speaking from truth or just trying to please in the moment? And when you feel tempted to back out, remember keeping your word, especially when no one would fault you for breaking it, is the moment you grow the most. Spiritual awakening isn't always about meditation or rituals. Sometimes it's in how you handle your agreements, your mistakes, and your moments of truth. What kind of man do you become when your back is against the wall? That's where the character lives. That's where your spiritual path begins. 2. How they keep or break their promises. Have you ever noticed how some people say all the right things, but do none of them? Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." And that one sentence reveals a powerful truth about character. If you want to truly understand someone, not their mask, but their soul, pay attention to how they handle promises, especially the small ones. You see, it's easy to talk about big dreams, to make grand declarations, or to post inspiring quotes online. But real characters show up when no one's watching and when it's inconvenient. A person's integrity isn't revealed in dramatic speeches. It's reflected in quiet moments of follow-through, like being on time when they said they would, or keeping a promise even when no one would notice if they didn't. Think about someone in your life who always keeps their word. Isn't there a sense of peace and safety that comes with knowing you can count on them? Now contrast that with someone who constantly overpromises and underdelivers. How does that make you feel? Let me tell you a story. A man once promised his daughter he'd attend her school play. It wasn't a big deal to the world, but it was her world. The day came, and he was exhausted from work, had emails piling up, and his boss had just asked him to stay late. But he remembered the promise, and despite everything, he showed up tired, stressed, but present. That moment didn't just make his daughter feel loved. It shaped how she would later define trust. Now ask yourself, how often do you show up for the people you love, even when it's hard? That's where the spiritual dimension comes in. Keeping promises isn't just about social duty. It's about alignment between your values and your actions. And that's what spirituality at its core is living in alignment with truth, with love, with your highest self. Every time you honor your word, especially when it's difficult, you grow spiritually. And every time you avoid responsibility or make excuses, something within you weakens. Spiritual growth doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in the way we treat others, in the consistency of our actions, in how we carry ourselves when no one is applauding. When a promise is broken, a spiritually mature person doesn't run, deflect, or justify. They take responsibility with humility. And this self-awareness is the foundation of authentic personal transformation. So let me ask you, what do you do when your values and convenience clash? Do you stay true to your word, or do you retreat behind excuses? Think about it. Every decision you make is building your spiritual identity. You're not just creating a reputation, you're shaping your soul. In a world where words are cheap and appearances are carefully curated, the way you handle your promises is a mirror of your integrity. This isn't about perfection, it's about authenticity. It's about choosing to live from a place of inner alignment where your word actually means something. So next time you give your word, treat it like a sacred commitment, not just to others, but to your own spiritual growth. Because in the end, how you keep or break your promises isn't just about how others see you. It's about how deeply rooted you are in your own truth. Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." And in this simple truth lies one of the most powerful tools for understanding human character. You see, when we strip away appearances, charisma, social status, and even intellect, what's left are two things that tell you more about a person than anything else: how they treat those who can do absolutely nothing for them, and whether or not they keep their word. These two seemingly ordinary behaviors are, in fact, spiritual mirrors reflecting not just the surface, but the soul underneath. And it's not just about watching others. It's about asking yourself, do I live by this same standard? In a world filled with filters and performances, where promises are broken with a shrug and kindness is often a transaction, spiritual wisdom teaches us to look deeper. When someone helps a stranger without expecting recognition or reward, when they speak respectfully to someone society deems less important, that's not just decency. That's the soul speaking without words. And when a person keeps their promises, even the small ones, even when no one is watching, that's integrity in motion. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious always reveals itself through action, not intention. So what do these actions tell us? That true character isn't loud. It doesn't beg for attention. It shows up quietly, consistently, and especially when no one's watching. So let me ask you, who you are when there's nothing to gain? Do you honor your commitments, even when it's inconvenient? Because how you treat people who can't elevate you, and whether you live by your word, isn't just a reflection of your values, it is your values. And maybe the most powerful part of this is realizing that you have the power to build trust, to attract genuine relationships, and to grow spiritually just by showing up with authenticity. What if you stopped judging character by charm and started watching for those subtle moments, like how someone talks to a waiter, or whether they follow through on a promise they made months ago? These small moments are the keys to spiritual awakening, not just about others, but about yourself. Because as you begin to notice these signs in others, you'll also become more aware of your own patterns, your own truth, and your own path to inner alignment. So next time you want to understand someone, don't ask how successful they are or how well they speak. Pay attention to how they treat the unnoticed and how they honor their commitments. And if you're serious about living with more depth, clarity, and alignment, ask yourself, am I becoming the kind of person I would deeply trust? That question alone can change your life. Because spiritual wisdom isn't about knowing others. It begins with knowing yourself. And so, the next time someone shows you who they are, believe them, not just with your mind, but with the quiet wisdom of your spirit. As Carl Jung taught us, the subtle reveals far more than the spoken. If this insight resonated with you, let it be a guidepost in your own journey of spiritual awakening. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss another video that helps you see deeper, love wiser, and live with intention. We'll see you in the next one.